everyone. I am Tarun, faculty member at IGIDR. Would like to welcome all of you to the Macroeconomics and Finance Conference 2021, organized by Indian Institute of Development Research, Virtual. It gives me a great pleasure to Professor S. Mahendra, who would be operating this conference. Professor S. Mahendra has been the director, the vice chancellor of the Indian Institute of Development Research, IGIDR, Mumbai, India, since 2010. He is also a member of Executive Committee of International Economic Association and the Governing Council of Association of Containment. He is also a chairman of the Committee of Terms of Trade and Agriculture constituted by the Ministry of Agriculture. In the past, he has held many prominent positions, some of which include chairman of the Commission for Agricultural Costs and Prices, Ministry of Agriculture, of the Board of Trustees of International Food Policy Research Institute, acting chairman of the National Statistical Commission, Government of India, director of the Center for Economic and Social Rights, Hyderabad, president of the Indian Economic Association. Besides this, he has been a consultant and advisor to many international organizations, including UN, World Bank, AFP, UNESCO, ILO, FAO, HCAP, UNICEF, PFID, and policy. He has also been a member of several government councils in India. He also received the prestigious Markov-switching in 2016. He received his PhD from Penn School of Economics and did his postdoctoral. He has worked on diversified topics in the different domains, including agricultural development, poverty and public policy, inequality, food security, nutrition, employment guarantee schemes, social equality, farm, and non-farm development. He has around 150 research publications in national and international journals and has written on editing. Inclusive growth in India, agriculture, poverty, and human development, published by the Oxford University. His book, Perspectives on Equitable Development, was released by the former Prime Minister. Now, I would also like to introduce my colleagues and the registrar on the dais with us today. From the left, we have Mr. Jain Pandit, registrar at IGIDR, Dr. Subhrata Sarkar, Dr. Rajendra Vaidya, and Dr. Jyoti Sarkar are faculty members at IGIDR. Now, may I request Professor S. Mahendra to please come forward and light the lamp. Mr. Jain Pandit and my colleagues in the dais are also requested to join him. I also request Ms. Martha Lobo, the conference secretary, to kindly come forward and assist them. Thank you, everyone. Now, the moment we all have been waiting for, I would like to request Professor S. Mahendra to kindly come to the podium and give the inaugural address of the 19th Macroeconomics and Finance Conference 2021.
Good evening and welcome to the 19th Macroeconomics and Finance Conference. So let me first thank the organizing committee members, Dr. Jyoti Sarkar, the convener, Dr. Tanya Ghosh, Dr. Sargam Gupta, Dr. Rajeshwari Sen Gupta, Dr. Rajendra Vaidya for their excellent efforts in organizing this conference. Before going to the details of the conference, I will say a few words about IGADR. As you know, the Indira Gandhi Institute of Development Research is an advanced research institute established in 1987 by the Reserve Bank of India for the study of national and global development issues. It is governed by a board of management comprising distinguished academicians. The institute is recognized as a deemed to be university by the University Grants Commission. As an institution of national and international repute, IGADR's mission has been to promote academic excellence with respect to research, teaching, and capacity building in economics and development policy. The institute offers master's in economics and doctorate degree in development studies and has a vibrant environment for research. IGADR faculty are drawn from reputed institutions from India and abroad and have established themselves as leading researchers in their respective areas of specialization. They have published in high quality peer-reviewed journals and have contributed to academic and development policy debates at both national and international level. Turning to MFC, first I will say a few words on the history of these conferences. The Macroeconomics and Finance Conference, previously known as the Money and Finance Conference, and always being referred to as the MFC, is IGADR's flagship conference, held for the first time in 1998 with the support of the Reserve Bank of India. Since its inception, the objective of the conference has been to bring together scholars who are engaged in quality research in the said areas and to provide an international platform for the exchange of ideas in economic and financial research, particularly with respect to emerging economies like India. So during the valedictory session of the first conference, it was felt that MFC should become a regular feature at IGADR, and it has indeed become so, growing from strength to strength to become one of the country's most important gatherings, attracting top academics and policymakers from around the world. So every MFC has focused on the topical issues of the time in the areas of money, macroeconomics, and finance, including banking, international finance, corporate finance, stock markets, and corporate governance. While the Money and Finance Conference started off as an annual event in our conference calendar, we have now moved to make it biennial, alternating with IGADR's Conference on Development. Turning to the current Macroeconomics and Finance Conference, as you know, the Institute will be organizing the 19th MFC in the next 3 days, which would be held virtually due to the COVID-19 disruptions. We received 151 national and international submissions, all of which were subjected to a double-blind peer review process, with 15 papers being chosen for presentation. This year's conference covers 5 session topics. These are growth dynamics, economic impact of the crisis, banking sector, monetary policy, and central banking. Each session's papers seek to address current issues in macroeconomics and finance, while also attempting to push the boundaries of research in those fields. We have researchers from different parts of the world, along with researchers based in India. As in our past conferences, we have a distinguished lineup of keynote speakers of this time. So over the 3 days of the conference, keynote addresses will be given by leading macroeconomists like Professor Frederic Mishkin of Columbia Business School, USA, Professor Hugo Pinaza of Graduate Institute of International and Development Studies, Geneva, and Professor Arvind Subramanian of Brown University, USA. I hope this would be an enriching experience for all of us. I'm happy to share with you that one of the highlights of the conference this year is the special session, which we are going to organize on the final day of the conference in honor of late Dr. Subir Gokar, ex-Deputy Governor of RBI and a former faculty at IGADR. During this session, the top 3 papers of the conference will be awarded the Dr. Subir Gokar Best Paper Awards, as well as a microsite dedicated to Dr. Gokar's policy writings and work at IGADR will be launched. It is for the very first time that best paper prizes are being instituted in our flagship conferences. Given Dr. Gokar's close association with different activities of the Institute, including the MFC, throughout his distinguished career, we thought that this special session would be the best way to commemorate his contribution to economic policy and research. It is our privilege that Dr. D. Subbarao, the former governor, RBI, would be the chief guest of the special session and would present the awards, which will be chosen by an external jury, and would also inaugurate the microsite in honor of Dr. Gokar. Lastly, I will say a few words on the current macroeconomic scenario on the Indian economy. As you know, the 19th MFC is taking place at a crucial juncture, not only for the Indian economy, but also for the global economy. And the circumstances further highlight the relevance and importance of such a conference. We have been dealing with an unprecedented, unexpected shock in the form of the COVID-19 pandemic, which has disrupted lives, livelihoods, and economies all over the world. So the pandemic triggered a global recession last year. GDP for the Indian economy contracted by 7.3% in 2021, which is a severe shock for a developing economy, especially given that the economic conditions were precarious even before the pandemic hit us. GDP growth rate was only 4% in 2019-20. Unemployment was a 4-decade high. Consumption expenditure had been declining, and private sector investment had been sluggish for years. So, needless to say, the pandemic was therefore a big shock for the Indian economy, not only for the health sector, but also in terms of growth, livelihoods, and incomes. It was simultaneously a demand shock because, as you know, people lost jobs and incomes, and a supply shock as we lost access to goods, services, labor, and capital because of countrywide stringent mobility restrictions and social distancing norms, which had to be imposed in order to deal with the health shock. The supply chain bottleneck showed up in high inflation. Core inflation continued to be high and sticky at 5 to 6%. So India experienced not one, but two waves of the pandemic. While the second wave reduced the pace at which the economy could have recovered, we are beginning to now see the signs of picking up economic activity across the board. So there has been a significant revival of pent-up demand, especially during the festive season. Labor force participation rate is increasing, inching upwards as well, which is an encouraging sign. Of course, now we have the new variant of Omicron. We don't know how much impact it will have on the economy. Going forward, the main concerns include the sustainability of the exports growth, revival of the private sector investment demand, persistent inflation, which might lead to higher inflation expectations, higher levels of government debt, and possible lowering of potential growth of the economy. So over the next few days of the conference, we look forward to discussing some of these important issues, as well as other relevant macroeconomic and financial topics, and learning from the presentations and keynote speeches of our excellent lineup of speakers. Hope the conference provides a valuable platform for all the participants and helps to inform the current economic debates and shape policy in macroeconomics and finance. With this, once again, I welcome all of you to this virtual conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Day, for the inaugural address and giving us a glimpse into the next 3 interesting days lying us ahead. And we all look forward to it. I feel really happy to tell you that around 900 participants have registered for this conference. And for those who could not register, are welcome to attend the live streaming of all the sessions on YouTube. For details, kindly visit the conference website. With this, I would like to conclude this session and look forward to your participation and engaging discussions in the conference ahead. The first session of the conference would begin at 4:30 p.m. IST today. And in the meanwhile, please grab your tea or coffee and enjoy some snippets we have collated from the past MSCs. Thank you. You can start video. Camera is off. Thank you. Wonderful, wonderful. Thank you.
Good evening, everybody. A very warm welcome to the first session of the 19th Macroeconomics and Finance Conference. So we would start the first session. Before we do that, let me run you through today's program very quickly. So the first session is on growth dynamics, which is followed by the second session, economic impact of the crisis. The session is going to be moderated by Professor Subrata Sarkar and will focus on the current pandemic. Professor Frederic Mishkin's keynote address, also focusing on the current pandemic, will be delivered at 8 p.m. Indian Standard Time and will conclude the day one of the conference. Professor Ashima Goel is going to chair the keynote session. So please note that there is a 15 minutes tea break between each of these sessions. So now let me introduce you to the presenters of session one. The first speaker, Abhinash Mishra, from Indian Institute of Management, Ahmedabad, will present targeted interventions, consumption dynamics, and distributional effects. The second speaker, Hari Venkatesh of SRM University, Andhra Pradesh, will present the impact of foreign currency exposure on economic growth. And the final speaker of session one, Saurabh Sharma from the Reserve Bank of India, will speak about a dissection of Indian growth using a DSGE filter. Please note that each speaker gets 20 minutes to present and 10 minutes to answer questions. I will request the audience to please ask questions during or right after the presentation using the Zoom chat box. So I pass it on to Abhinash Mishra, the first speaker of the day. Abhinash, over to you.
Thank you, ma'am. Now I will share my screen. I hope my screen is visible to everyone. So let me start.
Yes, Abhinash. Yes.
Is my screen visible?
Yes, it is. Please continue.
I'm changing the slides. Is it visible?
Yes, yes, it is. Yes.
Okay. Yeah. So I will start with a statistic. I'm sorry, I'm just trying to figure out whether I'm sorry, just it's taking me a bit of... Is my sharing paused or?
Yeah, I think the slide is not moving. Are you trying to move it? It's moving now.
Yeah, okay. Can you see my slide?
Yes, yes, please.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, I'll start right away. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
So I will start with the statistic here. So in 2018, India spent around 2100 billion rupees under several cash-based schemes, so which amounts to nearly 1.1% of GDP. And in-kind transfers, they have amounted to around 0.6% of GDP. So as you can see in the figure, Scandinavian nations, they have spent even larger portion of their GDP for transfers. So in terms of amount, even United States and Germany have spent even more into these transfers. So just to check, are we onto the third slide, 3 by?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Can you see my slide?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. So governments around the world, they roll out welfare policies targeting economically weaker sections. And literature has extensively studied the impact of some of these programs around the world. And a bulk of this literature has studied several uh, uh, individual or household level impact on dimensions like health outcomes, education, nutrition, etc. But the distributional impact of these interventions, they seem to have been less studied. So this is what we try to address in this paper by using a structural model. So we see the governments often use a standard scheme of interventions which consistently targets low-income groups. An example would be a direct income shock to households under, say, a calculated poverty line. So we label this as an income-based identification scheme. So we show that this kind of intervention has small distributional impacts. However, a fiscally equivalent scheme that changes the expected income profile of the targeted individuals, it generates substantially larger effects. So under the scheme, uh, instead of income groups, households who initially belong to the poorest groups, these same households are repeatedly identified for interventions every period. So we label this as non-income based identification. So by changing the income expectation profile of households, I mean, the transition probabilities of moving across income groups, it changes. And this in turn changes the savings behavior of the targeted households. So while the impact on the aggregate variables like capital or labor, it might be very small, but the distributional effects on consumption can be much more prominent. So our quantitative estimates show that such an intervention in the order of 0.6% of the output in the current Indian scenario, according to us. So it increases the consumption share of the targeted groups by nearly 2.5%. In this paper, we develop uh, a heterogeneous agent incomplete markets model to compare various intervention schemes. So, in theory, uh, government transfers provide insurance to individuals who face uninsured income risks and may face borrowing limits. So, while some papers they argue that the by increasing transfers, it eases liquidity constraints, which in turn increases investment and output. Others claim that increasing transfers weakens precautionary savings motives and it lowers aggregate capital and eventually output. Some papers show that lump sum transfers have aggregate effects despite the fact that they have different impacts on different households. So, but in essence, government transfers are supposed to reduce inequality by redistributing resources. Uh, However, but even if this objective is achieved, it's a very costly one. So additional tax collections that might have been needed to finance the transfers, they may distort labor supply and savings. And thus they might negatively affect employment capital, which in turn possibly might hinder or deter economic growth. So uh, our study provides a quantitative examination of this theory. So the question, so for the social planner, the question would be whom to target and by how much and how will it affect the income and consumption distributions. So we use the consumer pyramids household survey data for 2014 to 19, published by CMIE. So we have selected only those households whose income and consumption observations are available from 2014 till 2019 for at least 10 months in 1 year. So here is a summary of the data we have selected. So this table shows the summary for the households for the years 2018 and 19, which we use in our model. So you can see that the labor income is 0. It's because we have selected only labor part of their income, labor earnings, and not other sources of income. In table 2, we show the distribution of income and expenditure. And here the simulation is, we will explain it later, and how we get to these values under simulation for labor income and expenditure. We will explain in a short while. So the model economy is populated by a unit mass of ex ante identical households who maximize their expected discounted lifetime utility. Households face an uninsurable income risk. So at the beginning of each period, they draw an idiosyncratic shock, E, which determines their labor earnings for that period. So given that it follows a Markov process, this income shock drives the precautionary savings mechanism in our model. So this is not an idiosyncratic labor productivity shock, which is usually used in the literature. Rather, this E state determines the entire earnings of the household. So each household's state is given by its current labor income, E, and its asset holdings, A. So all households face a common natural borrowing limit, A dash. So a household's income consists of 3 sources. One is labor income, capital income, and public transfers, BP. So all these 3 sources, they are taxable according to an economy-wide tax schedule, and therefore households programming problem is given by equation 1. Similarly, a representative firm hires labor and capital in perfectly competitive markets, and they use a standard CIS technology to produce a homogeneous consumption good with gamma as the capital share of output. So now we will explain the income process. So the main difference between our approach and what is standard in the literature, this comes from the household's income process and how we compute the labor supply. So in the standard approach, at the beginning of each period, households they draw a random productivity shock. So with given idiosyncratic labor productivity and wage rate, households choose their hours work to maximize their utility. So effective labor supply becomes labor productivity times the hours worked. So each household's labor income is an endogenous subject, which is usually done in the literature. Then it would be straightforward to compute the time invariant distribution of households and the aggregate supply of labor. So in a general equilibrium setting, the equilibrium wage rate sets the labor demand equal to the aggregate labor supply. So within the framework of standard models, identifying targeted groups, so let's say if our identification is solely based on current income, this is only possible after the steady state distribution is computed. Now this itself adds to the computation cost. So in our model, however, labor income is exogenous and given directly by the household's random draw. So this approach not only improves our ability to capture income risks more accurately and according to the data, this also allows us to compare various targeted intervention schemes, as we will explain shortly. So we translate the household's income to a 10-state probability matrix. Therefore, the stochastic income process of household, this consists of a vector of 10 shock values and a transition probability matrix. So since we use a vector of size 10 to model income shocks, so naturally we divide the income data into 10 bins or deciles and empirically measure the likelihood of transitioning across these 10 states. Thus, the process will be fully identified when values for these 10 states are determined. So we use a method called simulated method of moments to find shock values that would replicate measures of income concentration in the data. So in particular, we target the shares of all the deciles and the GP coefficient of labor income distribution in the data. So the resulting vector of the income states is shown in 3. So these are the parameter values that we have set in our models. So the household's discount rate is determined such that the interest rate remains close to the targeted value of 3%, and the parameter for household's utility is assumed to be 1.2, which is for which the literature suggests a range from 1 to 2. Also, following what is standard in the literature, at least for the Indian scenario, we the capital share of income gamma equals 0.2, while the depreciation of capital is 0.1. And the income tax schedule follows this functional form, where beta 2 captures the progressivity of the tax system. So we obtain the parameter estimates for beta 1 and beta 2 from the Indian tax schedule. So this figure shows the plots of Lorentz curves from data and simulation. So the income distribution is specifically matched, as we had discussed, resulting in a simulated distribution, which is almost identical to the empirical distribution, as you can see on your left. And the simulated consumption distribution is derived from the model that matches the empirical distribution also. So as you can see from on your right, and these are the this is the pictorial representation of the data summary that we had shown earlier. So we studied the effects of targeted intervention schemes implemented through changes in the income transition matrix. So we divide these schemes into broadly 2 categories. One is income-based, and second is non-income-based interventions. So in both of these categories, though the annual income of the households is increased by a preset amount. So the non-income-based interventions, they identify eligible households in the starting period, and then extend the increased income into the subsequent period of the study. But in income-based interventions, the eligible households are identified in every period. So their income is increased only in the current period with no promise about their future income increase. And also we implement a policy along the lines of the non-income based targeting schemes. That is, targeted households in the first period, they continue to receive the benefits in the second period as well. But the households which were not eligible in the first period but became eligible in the second period, they should also get the benefits in the second period as well. So this expands the base of the program, and this could potentially increase the fiscal burden as more households they become eligible in the second period. So to maintain parity and comparability across all the policies, so we have fixed the fiscal burden of the program across all periods, and this this implies that the amount of transfers which are used, or the amount of intervention which are used in the schemes, which are called the extended base non-income based targeting schemes, this is reduced. So we label these schemes as ENI. So for subscript 1, only the first decile is targeted, and for subscript 2, both first and second deciles are targeted.
You have 5 more minutes, Abhinash.
Yeah. So I will quickly go through the results. So one more thing, the idea of the non-income based targeting is motivated by the design of some of the popular cash transfer programs in different countries. For example, Parker and Todd, they mentioned that in the early stages of Progresa in Mexico, once a household is identified, it is not their verification is not done until 3 years. So coming to the distributional impact of the targeting schemes. So the clearly from table 3, the non-income based targeting is more powerful than the income-based targeting in increasing the consumption share of targeted groups. So for example, under NI1, the consumption share of the first decile increases by around 2.46, 2.5% compared to the benchmark model, while in I1, though there is an effective rise in their share, but this is much smaller. And second point to notice is that the negative share of the first two deciles under accumulated savings, this suggests that these households are in debt. But interventions slightly improve their negative accumulated savings also. So this can be explained by the change in precautionary motives of the targeted households, which act as an insurance policy. Now here we show that the increase in consumption share, which is shown in the previous table, while the prices and the aggregate variables, they remain almost unchanged. So this table suggests that there are muted aggregate impact or general equilibrium effects, but there are prominent distributional impact of certain policies. So this is why we argue that a modification of the identification scheme could improve the effectiveness of these policies with no significant aggregate cost. So we also observe a similar trend, qualitative trend, in case of policies with extended base. So say for example, under EN I1, the consumption shares of the targeted deciles have increased by around 1.8% from the benchmark. So consumption shares increase in the same direction, even in case when the targeting is done for the first and second deciles. So we have also implemented several extensions and robustness checks in this paper. First of all, to compare with the more traditional case of transfers, which enter only via the budget constraint or the transfer parameter BP. So we vary this transfer parameter in the model from 0 to for different values. So for comparability with earlier simulations, we set this total amount of transfers distributed to the target group at around 0.6% of the GDP in the model. So we also find a similar response in policy I1, in the income-based policy with targeting the first decile, which is consistent with the proposed channel via the perturb empirical transition matrix. We also observe a similar trend when we increase the per capita intervention amount from earlier 14,000 to even 38,000. So we have checked for different transition matrix of different states. For example, for 9 and 11, we also find similar qualitative and quantitative distributional characteristics for both of these cases. So initially we said that we have considered a very small sample, but when we when we increase the sample from, let's say, 26K, which was our initial selection, for these households, the data was available from 2014 till 19, but we are simply observing for 2018 and 19. But even when we observe the households whose observation are available for 2018 and 19, we find that the results hold. So we suggest that our model is agnostic of sample size and certain limited variations in income distribution. So this table shows the results for the cases when we increase the intervention amount from 7,000 to 38,000. As you can see that for policy with non-income based policy, even an intervention of 10,000 has a higher impact than an income-based policy with a higher intervention amount. So to summarize, under the non-income-based targeting policy, the consumption share of the first decile increases by 2.5% round compared to the benchmark model, while under income-based targeting, though effective in rising their share, this has a very small or muted distributional impact. The negative shares of the first two deciles under accumulated savings, this suggests that these households are in debt, and these interventions slightly improve their negative accumulated savings as well. Under non-income based targeting policy with extended base, consumption share of the first decile, they increase by 1.8% from the benchmark. So consumption shares increase in the same direction, even in case of targeting the first and second deciles together. As increment amounts are increased, as shown in the previous table, the consumption share of the targeted group also increases, but this is much more prominent in case of non-income based targeting policy. So in summary, we study the general equilibrium and distributional effects of target interventions using a structural model. We use a new data set published by CMIE that tracks consumption and income of households through several years. We find that the general equilibrium effects are muted, but there are prominent distributional effects in some of the targeted intervention schemes. So while some schemes have muted distributional impact, but some fiscally equivalent schemes, as in case of non-NI schemes, which we explained earlier, they have prominent distributional impacts. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Abhinash. Right, so I would request the audience to type your questions if you have any. So far, I don't see any question. As we have few more minutes, so let me ask you. So, what is the how does your result differ from what we have in the literature?
Our results simply say that for certain schemes, for certain targeted intervention schemes, the distributional impacts are quite significant. Let me go to one of the tables. Yeah, this is our main result. So we have, say for the benchmark model, the consumption share of the targeted first decile is 4.027. For policy I1, which is the income-based targeting, what happens in I1 is, there are two periods in this model. So in the first period, the first decile is targeted, and in the second period, all those households in the first decile are targeted. But in policy NI1, what happens is that in the first period, households in the first deciles are targeted, but in the second period, all those households which were earlier identified in the first period, they continue to receive the increments. So as we can see that there is a prominent increase in their consumption share at the cost of their accumulated savings, which it seems that they are in debt. And secondly, the general equilibrium effect are quite muted. Although the theory, in theory, for example, such similar models, they have two different views. That one says that it weakens the precautionary savings, hence it reduces aggregate capital, which is the Iagari and Grattan paper, or and similar papers. And there is another thought that it might help into precautionary savings, which might increase the aggregate capital. So we find that the impact of such policies, of such targeted interventions, if we go through the income process that we have described, we find that the general equilibrium effects are quite muted, but there are significant distributional effects, at least for the targeted deciles.
Okay, so we are getting questions. So shall we start taking them?
Sure.
So yeah, so transitory intervention is like a temporary positive income shock, increasing consumption, which means it lowers savings, as you have shown, for lower deciles. This effect is similar to a permanent income shock, not a temporary shock, which should increase savings. How do you reconcile this?
Okay. I'm trying to read the question once again. So transitory intervention is like a temporary positive income shock, increasing consumption, which means it lowers savings, as you've shown for lower deciles. So this effect is similar to a permanent income shock, not a temporary one, which should increase savings. Okay, one more thing is that these households, the way we introduce these households into a model. I mean, the way these agents react to an increase or decrease in income. This happens if we change something in the budget constraint. So let's say if we do something in the, we introduce, let's say the way we increase the transfer parameter in the model. Here we also find the same case that if households they receive transfer for every period, then there is a noticeable decrease in their savings. However, but what we are doing here is that we are changing the expected future income of the households by changing the income transition matrix, so which goes into the income process. So here also we find a similar behavior.
Okay. Okay.
Hopefully
So
I got this question right.
I think your co-author has also answered the question. So let me move on to another question. Distributional policies are focusing only at macro level. How do we frame policies which will focus decentralized and democratized way?
Thank you for the question.
Maybe that's not directly related to what you're doing right now.
Yes, but I would like a little bit of elaboration on the question
right.
As to could you elaborate more if possible, that how do we frame policies which will focus on decentralized and democratized way? So here, so in this paper, we are not focusing on how to design filters as to the way there is a debate that what is the poverty level and what should be the minimum income and who should be eligible, and all that debate around the eligibility criteria. But here we are assuming that they are given, and we assume that okay, all the process is democratized and at least centralized. So I think I can take this question later on in a different setting. Yeah.
So I will encourage you to answer the questions using the chat box. Okay. And because we are running out of time, so let me move on to the next speaker, Hari Venkatesh. Thank you, Abhinash.
Thank you.
Yes, Hari, please get started.
Yeah.
Please get started.
I hope the slides are visible, ma'am.
Yes, they are.
So good evening, everyone. The topic of presentation is on foreign currency exposure and economic growth. I'm Hari Venkatesh, recently submitted PhD thesis in economics at Indian Institute of Technology, Kharagpur, and now currently working as a faculty at SRM University, Andhra Pradesh. So emerging and developing economies often borrow in international market because of the cheapest source of capital. However, they borrow in foreign currency. So borrowing in foreign currency because the inability to borrow in their own currency. So the inability to borrow in own currency called as original sin. So the original sin creates the currency mismatch problem in emerging and developing economies. So the currency mismatch problem explains that the mismatch between liabilities and assets, where the assets are denominated in foreign currency and liabilities are denominated in assets are denominated in domestic currency, liabilities are denominated in foreign currency. So the increasing foreign currency exposure increases the emerging economies' vulnerability in the event of exchange rate depreciation that lead to these economies having significant sub-capital outflows and having waves of insolvency risk. Therefore, the foreign currency denominated debt having a adverse effects on balances that trigger the financial crisis. It has also happened in several crises like Latin American crisis, East Asian financial crisis in 1997. Therefore, the recent events also arise the question of the choice of currency denomination of debt, which has implications on macroeconomic aggregates and economic growth. Therefore, the present study aims to measure the foreign currency exposure and analyze the impact of foreign currency exposure on economic growth. So let me identify the important questions we address in this study. That the first important question is whether the growing foreign currency exposure does cause the economic growth. We have information like the contractional effect of currency mismatch, effect of currency depreciation on economic growth, studies such as like Reinhardt and others. However, we don't have enough empirical evidence on the effect of foreign currency exposure on economic growth. The second important question we address in this study is that what is the role of exchange rate policies in economic growth in the presence of the financial vulnerability of a country? So why this question is very important, the recent studies suggest that the currency movements the effects of currency movements operating through financial channel has drastically increased over a period of time. Therefore, the question is makes very important. And the second important thing that the evidence on the exchange rate regime's effect on economic growth. There is always a mixed evidence regarding the exchange rate regime's effect. And the third important question addressed in this study is that, is there any long-run effects of currency mismatches on economic growth? So this study strives to answer these questions using a comprehensive data set on foreign currency exposure and having a new methodology. So the major contributions of this study, first we have developed the new method of measuring foreign currency exposure, the indicators such as original sin and currency mismatches indicators. Unlike the other studies, this study has first ever attempt to include the currency composition of cross-border bank loans and international debt securities. And moreover, this study is extended for analysis for 162 countries and for both advanced and emerging economies related to foreign currency exposure. And unlike previous studies, the present study includes the standard predictors of economic growth rate in the empirical model. This growth model has borrowed from the neoclassical growth models such as Barrow and Mankiw. However, the existing literatures related to the debt and growth mostly fail to control the potential determinants of economic growth. Moreover, the growth regression always has challenging issues because it has endogeneity concerns. So to address the endogeneity concern, we have adapted the new method of dynamic panel regression that is suggested by the Krippenji others. In this method, address the both linear and non-linear movement conditions in empirical model. Further, we also included the exchange rate policies in empirical model to see that how this foreign currency exposure impact on economic growth under different exchange rate policies. Finally, we offer the important policy insights related to the long-run effects of currency mismatches on economic growth using the novel approach suggested by the Acemoglu and others, the recent AER papers. So the literature related to the foreign currency exposure, there are two important indicators exist. One is the original sin index and another one is currency mismatch index. The original sin index measures the international debt securities issued in currency I divided by the total securities issued by the particular country. This index is a limit between 0 and 1. If the country having a original sin index closer to 1, that explains that the country having severe foreign currency risk. If the value is near to 0, that means the country having safer position in foreign currency. However, this original sin index only considers the liability side of the balance sheet. Therefore, looking into the other side of the balance sheet, asset side of the balance sheet is also important to measure the foreign currency exposure. Therefore, the Goldstein and Turner developed the new currency mismatch index, that is aggregate effective currency mismatch index, by including two important indicators related to the foreign currency assets and liabilities. These are net foreign currency assets multiplied with the share of foreign currency debt in total debt outstanding. This indices is normalized with either exports and imports based on the net foreign currency position of a country. However, these two existing indices having only can be measured with only small number of samples and also having limited with the only emerging market economies. Therefore, we have extended the literature by developing a new method of measuring foreign currency exposure. First, we have developed the broad Wilson-Nelson index. Unlike the previous Wilson-Nelson index, that is a narrow, only considered international debt securities. In this broad Wilson-Nelson index, we have also included the currency composition of cross-border bank loans taken from the BAS locational banking statistics and international debt securities. So this index has measured with the sum of 5 major currencies denominated in like US dollar, euro, pound, and Japanese and Swiss franc, to total loans and securities denominated in all currencies taken from the locational banking statistics and international debt securities. So using this broad Wilson-Nelson index, we have estimated the new currency mismatch index. This new currency mismatch index is the difference between foreign exchange reserves minus the international debt securities divided by the exports multiplied with the broad Wilson-Nelson. The advantage of this index is it captures the most of foreign currency exposure of these emerging and developing economies as well as advanced countries. And moreover, it has a longer period of sample compared to existing indices. So to compare with existing indices, that is AECM, our new method can be seen with these example countries. We can see here the AECM index is represented with the red dotted line, and the new currency mismatches index is black line. We can observe that all these figures, these two indicators are quite co-movement with each other. Therefore, we can explain that our new method of measuring foreign currency exposure captures the most of foreign currency risk. And therefore, and also we have estimated the correlation coefficient between these two indices, and we find that the 0.78 of correlation coefficient. So this is a very important figure to understand the historical evaluation of the foreign currency exposure over a period of time across the sample in our study. We can see that till 1990s, late 1980s, the foreign currency exposure measured with the broad Wilson-Nelson is drastically reduced. However, late 1980s, it has started suddenly increased because of the many emerging and developing economies started borrowing in international market. That led to increase the external vulnerability. So therefore, many countries have suffered with the crisis. For example, like Latin American crisis in 1994 and all. And further, in case of the new currency mismatch index, we can see that the new currency mismatch index is almost 0 till 1995. Later, it has suddenly increased because of the many countries, mostly emerging countries, accumulated larger amount of foreign currency debt in their balance sheet. For example, East Asian crisis happened in 1997 because of the bank liquidity, which is having international foreign currency. So this is one of the reasons that it has a financial crisis in East Asia. Further, in 2008 and 9, also the new currency mismatch index has reached highest position. That explains that these countries having severe foreign currency exposure. So the proving this foreign currency exposure raises the question that how it is impact on macroeconomic aggregates. So to address the objective of the study, we have reviewed the theories related to the study of open macroeconomics. Starting with the conventional model, that is Mundell-Fleming model, argue that the currency depreciation having an expansionary effect on output. However, the other models argue that the currency depreciation having an adverse effect on economic growth because of those countries having balance sheet vulnerabilities. So, continuously this literature, the recent studies are theories related to the dollar dominance theory written by the Gita Gopin and al. Argue that the competitiveness effect that is suggested by the Mundell-Fleming model depends on the currency denomination of exports. According to the HER study, it explains that most of the emerging and developing economies, their exports are denominated in not in domestic currency. Instead of it is denominated in foreign currency. Mostly it is denominated in dollars. Therefore, any depreciation of the domestic currency, there may be a minimal effect or there may not be effect on exports. So with this, we can argue that we can find that there may be a currency devaluation, can be maybe expansionary effect or contractionary effect, or may not have an effect on economic growth. The study related to the present is Ranser et al. That argue that the currency mismatches having a dual role. That explains that currency mismatches can increase the economic growth rate, or it may also increases the systemic risk. How the currency mismatch increase the economic growth rate? It increases because the countries are borrowing international market because of cheap source of capital that increase the investment, increasing investment enhance the economic growth. At the same time, borrowing in international market also creates the insolvency risk and systemic risk that lowers the economic growth. So therefore, the answer argued that the currency mismatch play a dual role. So taking these inputs, I empirically modeled. So in this empirical model, we choose the GDP per capita growth rate as an outcome variable, and the central variables of the study, broad original sin and new currency mismatch index. The data has collected from the Bank of International Settlement, IMF, IIF, and other sources, and the sample is includes both advanced economies and emerging economies for the longer period. So before going to the empirical estimation, so looking at the graphical analysis may provide the important insights related to the relations between foreign currency exposure and economic growth. In this, we can see that the original sin and economic growth rate is quite negatively associated. For instance, in 1980s, late 80s, the original sin is drastically reduced. However, the growth rate of the period is very high. In other period also, we can find that these two indicators are quite negatively correlated. In case of the currency mismatch index, there is no relationship with the economic growth rate till 1994 because of the foreign currency exposure. That means like most of the countries are in the safer position. Late 1995, the many countries have started borrowing in international market that post-global financial, post-globalization period. So the countries are more exposed to the foreign currency risk. Therefore, we can see that certain periods having a negative relation between the economic growth. So considering this empirical model, taking the inputs from the both graphical analysis and the theory, we have empirically modeled to address to achieve the objective of measuring for analyzing the impact of foreign currency exposure on economic growth. We have chosen the dynamic panel regression model with the two-step GMM method, which address the problem of inverse causality and omitted variable bias and simultaneous bias. This is the new approach, which include both linear and non-linear movement conditions of the errors. And this is suggested by the recent studies. So in this, the central variables are the broad original sin and NCM. And we have controlled all standard predictors of economic growth rate using the neoclassical growth models. So the results that can be found here. And in the first model, we have included only the standard, only included the central variables of the study, that is broad original sin and new currency mismatch index. We can see that the both two variables are negatively associated with the economic growth rate, and the currency mismatch index is significant at 1% level. And it explains that the 1 unit increase in currency mismatches decreases the 1.5% of economic growth of a country. That explains if the countries are exposed to the foreign currency risk, that increases the systemic risk in the economy, that lowers the investment facilities, and it decreases the economic growth. Further, we have included the standard predictors of the economic growth rate by borrowing neoclassical growth models, and the effect of currency mismatch is still significant at 1% level, and the coefficient is also high. We have extended the Barrow growth model, included other important variables related to economic growth rate. One is the financial development and exchange rate and financial crisis. Still, the effect of currency mismatches on economic growth rate is significant and the sizable. So this is the baseline model, and baseline model suggests that the currency exposure does cause lower growth outcomes. And we extended the baseline model by differentiating the sample between advanced and emerging economies. So there is an economic and non-economic differences between advanced and emerging economies. So therefore, to account those differences, we have separately estimated the sample, and we find that the currency mismatches indeed matter for the advanced economies as well, because their effect is on economic growth is very significant. So extending the baseline model further, including the importance of exchange rate policies as the currency depreciation, very important to understand how this foreign currency exposure and economic growth rate. We have included two important interaction effects. One is that exchange rate depreciation, and another one is that choice of exchange rate regimes. So in this, the results are presented here. In the first model, we can see that the interaction term between the new currency mismatch index and exchange rate is negative and significant. Unlike the direct effect of currency mismatches, the effect is very minimal compared to the interaction effect. That explains that in the event of depreciation, if the country having a severe currency mismatch problem, the effect on the adverse effect on economic growth rate is higher than the direct effect. Further, interestingly, we find in case of the second model, we find that the interaction effect is positive and significant. That explains that if the country adopted the fixed exchange rate regime, they can avoid the foreign currency risk and then enhance the economic growth rate. Therefore, under fixed exchange rate regimes, the effect of currency mismatches is positive. And we extended in the third model also, we estimated the contractional devaluation hypothesis by including the interaction effect of trade openness and exchange rate. And we find that it is significant. That explains that the currency devaluation may not have an expansionary effect on economic growth rate. Instead of it is having contractional effect in the financial channel. So we can argue that the depreciation amplifies the adverse effect of currency mismatch on economic growth, and as well as the pegged exchange regimes enhance the economic growth by limiting the currency and insolvency risk. So finally, we have estimated the effects of long-run effects of currency mismatches by adapting the new approach suggested by the Asimoglu and others, the recent AER papers related to the effect, estimating the long-run effects. In this model, we have included the lag of dependent variable to measure the dynamics of economic growth rate. And we derive the long-run effects using the lambda and beta parameters. And the results are presented here. And we can see here in this first model, that is full sample model, both the short-run and long-run coefficients are significant and adversely affect the economic growth rate. However, in case of the subsample analysis, advanced economies and emerging developing economies, we can see that the long-run effect is higher than the short-run effect. In case of the emerging and developing economies, almost it is triple the effect of currency mismatches on emerging and developing economies than the short-run effect. So therefore, with this, we can conclude that the currency mismatches are determinant to the long-run economic growth. So to conclude this study, we measured the foreign currency exposure, and that helps the policymakers to accurately quantify the macroeconomic effects of foreign currency exposure, and as well as our study so that the currency exposure does cause the lower growth outcomes, and it is even matter for the advanced economies and as well as emerging and developing countries. So if the countries are adopt the fixed exchange rate regimes or the pegged exchange rate regimes, they can avoid the risk of external vulnerability and enhance the economic growth. Finally, we saw that the currency mismatches are even detrimental for the long-run economic growth. So the important policy implications of the study: countries should implement the policies related to issuance of foreign currency denominated debt and redenominate the foreign currency with the local currency denominated debt and avoid the foreign currency risk, and developing the domestic bond market by providing the better institutional facilities in the market. Further, economies are better off with the fixed exchange rate regimes when they have a larger amount of external vulnerabilities. So therefore, creating a exchange rate stability can avoid the risk and enhance the economic growth. And this study can be extended by measuring the impact of external shocks such as USA monetary policy on macroeconomic and financial conditions of emerging and developing economies. So, well, with this, I would like to stop the presentation. Thank you for listening all. So I'm happy to take your questions.
Okay, thank you, Hari, for a nice and precise presentation. So I'm going to encourage the audience to type questions. So we have a question. Just a second. In your estimated model, how currency mismatch produces a negative effect on growth? Does it increase the probability of a crisis, thereby produces a negative effect on growth? If so, this requires a two-stage estimation. Instead of using exchange rate regime, you could use crisis information and evaluate its effect on growth. Okay.
Yes, ma'am. Can I answer, ma'am?
Yes, please.
Yeah, thank you, Professor, for the nice question. Actually, the currency mismatches even increases the probability of crisis at one stage, and also it increases the systemic risk in the economy. So therefore, crisis is a one channel to have a negative effect on economic growth. Therefore, we have included the crisis variable as also in the model, and so therefore, even without crisis, also currency mismatches may have an adverse effect on economic growth.
Okay.
Yes,
So the next question, export orientation and import orientation of economies might be influencing the results and negative impact. Do you think so? If so, then the impact of exposure on the firms is beyond the exposure on foreign currency debt. Do you think so?
Yes, this is very important concern while preparing the index. So therefore, what we have done, we have normalized the index using either exports and imports. If the country having a liability position in foreign currency, we have included the exports. If the country having a asset position in foreign currency, we have included the imports. So to make it across the countries, across the exposure is same. So I think that adds the concern of this question.
Okay. So why are you considering the broad original sale index and new currency mismatch index in a single estimation model when they are highly correlated?
Sorry, they are not highly correlated. What I explained previously, the new currency mismatch index, the existing currency mismatch index are highly correlated. Here, the broad original sin and currency mismatches both are conceptually as well as empirically distinct, because the broad original sin index only concern about for the liability side of the balance sheet, only include the international debt securities and currency composites. However, the new currency mismatch index, it considers both the liabilities and the asset side of the pot to make it whether it has impact on economic growth or not. So I think there is confusion regarding for the new currency mismatch index and the existing ASM currency mismatch index. That is what I thought, ma'am.
Okay. So econometrics question, have you established robustness using MLE and iterative GMM? Because GMM is biased in small samples. There is a working paper by Florence et al. 2001 on this.
Okay, thank you for the reference. I will go through the reference. The sample is very vast, since it includes the 162 countries and as well as the longer period from 1980s to 1970s to 2018. So we have also gone through certain robustness checks, like changing the dependent variable, changing the different types of indices, and our result still holds the outcome. I mean, the inferences. I will look into that if there is any kind of evidence related to these small samples.
Okay, then, Hari, thank you for answering the questions.
Thank you, ma'am.
Right.
Thank you for giving an opportunity to present a paper, and it was very good exposure, and I hope I will improve the paper.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
So let me now invite Saurabh Sharma.
Okay, thank you. So should I start sharing the screen?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Yes, we can see it.
Okay. Okay. So should I start? So am I audible?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Okay.
Please get started.
So, namaskar and good evening, all of you. I am Saurabh, and on behalf of my co-author, Dr. Harindra Behra, I would like to thank the organizers for this opportunity. And so topic is a dissection of Indian growth using a DSGE filter. So the outline of my presentation will be as follows. I'll start with a brief motivation, then touch upon some concepts, model, results, and finally I'll conclude. So the broad motivation for this exercise is to conduct an appraisal of Indian growth experience using a DSGE filter. So coming to the concepts, macroeconomic data like GDP, as you can see, can be decomposed into two components, a non-stationary long-run trend and a stationary cyclical component, often referred to as output gap or business cycle. So there are traditional methods people employ, for example, statistical filters like bandpass, HP filter, or unobserved component model, part of state space models for carrying out this trend cycle decomposition. In this paper, we have used a DSGE filter. Why? What are the advantages? First of all, this will give another set of estimates for potential output and business cycle for our economy. And secondly, we can also see or unravel some of the potential drivers of potential growth and business cycle separately, as we will see further. So we have used a DSGE structure. First of all, we have considered around 6 or 7 shocks, and these shocks can be categorized into two categories. One is stationary shocks, general shocks, AR1 shocks, which normally DSGE models employ. And these stationary shocks are of two types, real and nominal. And second, we also have non-stationary shocks in our model because we are estimating the model using the raw data, which has a trend. So now sources of unit root shocks. So since we have unit root or non-stationary shocks in our model, so where we have put it inside our production function. So this XT is our non-stationary shock. We can call it as a labor augmenting growth factor, or if we just place it in front of the production function expression, so it becomes a TFP growth factor. So when you have Cobb-Douglas formulation, labor augmenting growth factor or TFP growth factor is almost same. So this trending unit root variable XT, when it increases the efficiency of the production process and capital and labor as well. So it is a kind of balanced growth technical progress. Now coming to the identification strategy. So first we have to identify our estimates of potential output or efficient output, as we call in the paper. Once we identify efficient output, then business cycle can be easily computed as the difference of actual output from these efficient output. So whatever shocks we have considered in our structure, we assume that they give rise to actual output. So actual output is the output which is affected by all kinds of shocks. Once we remove the effect of nominal shocks, nominal stationary shocks from the actual output, so what we get is short-run efficient output. So this is the popular fully flexible price equilibrium output that people use in general in DSGE models after controlling for nominal shocks and after assuming price flexibility. Now we have also considered another estimate of potential output. We call it as long-run efficient output, and it is the output which is generated only by the non-stationary real shocks. For example, the TFP growth shock, non-stationary shock. So we have two estimates of potential output. We will calculate through our structure. One is short-run efficient output and long-run efficient output. So once we have those measures, the gap calculation of gap is relatively straightforward. So actual output minus short-run efficient output will be YN gap, as we call it in our work. And actual output minus long-run efficient output will give us YP gap. Now the model structure is relatively standardized. We have 3 blocks: household, firms, and government, or including fiscal authority and central bank. So since it is relatively straightforward, I will not go much into the details, but 2 things I want to mention is that we have taken into account the hybrid Phillips curve, which has a lag term also, and in addition to the expectation term. And second, we have used capital service. Capital services is capital into capital utilization rate. So that two things we have considered, which we'll see what is their effect. Thus, we have considered these shocks, 6 shocks. First is your intertemporal preference shock, which is like a consumption demand shock, private consumption demand shock. Second is government expenditure shock, monetary policy shock, investment adjustment cost shock, short-term productivity, which is 80 in the production function. Long-term is just that XT term, non-stationary term. So we have estimated using macroeconomic data, quarterly data spanning from 1996 quarter 2 to 2020 quarter 1, just before the pandemic. Bayesian maximum likelihood estimation is performed as usual. Now the baseline model results, these are the posterior estimates of the parameters, but let us see the variance decomposition results. So variance decomposition results suggest that the output growth is mainly driven by your expenditure or demand shocks, which comprises of government expenditure shock and your private consumption shock. And investment shocks, investment adjustment shocks are also playing a major role in guiding the dynamics in output growth. If you compare output growth with YP gap, then they are almost similar. So if you compare Y-N gap, which is the deviation of actual output from short-run efficient output, then you will see that Y-N gap responds to a wide variety of shocks. Even short-term productivity shock and monetary policy shock are also playing a major role in guiding its dynamics. Capacity utilization, one thing which makes it very special is that it responds very well to the private consumption demand shock. And one thing that can be seen is that when you compare the capacity utilization variance decomposition result from short term to long term, then they change quite dramatically. In long run, capacity utilization is mainly driven by the long term productivity shocks. So this possibly give a hint that by observing the long term trend in the capacity utilization, one can draw some inference about the long term productivity in the economy. So these are the time varying estimates of long run efficient output, short run efficient output. So actual output and short run efficient output are very closely moving together. So that means short run efficient output is closely following this. So most of the dynamics in the data is being captured by the real shocks. That is why after removing the nominal shocks, this short run efficient output and actual output are closely moving together. On the other hand, the long run efficient output is quite smooth. It is like a trend output, and it gels up well with the traditional belief that potential output is something driven by permanent technological changes, and it should not be very volatile, it should be smooth. So here we have compared the long run efficient output with HP filtered output. So they'll look pretty similar, and they give the impression, they confirm that the potential output or the long run efficient output has witnessed a impressive increase from 2002-3 onwards, and it has reached a top the 8% growth of the potential growth in 2007, and then we slipped to 6.5% in 2012-13, and now we are at 6% level. These are the gap estimates. So Y-N gap, which is the short run, the gap of actual output from short run efficient output, is less volatile because they move together, while the YP gap, which is the gap of actual output from long run efficient output, is volatile. So comparing YP gap with conventional HP filtered output gap, they look very similar, but there are periods when they diverge. So I want to highlight why they are diverging when they are diverging. So the period, for example, consider this period 2012-13. In this period, inflation was very high. So since our model-based estimates are derived by taking into account the effects not only coming from output but inflation and other variables as well. So that is why, because of the high inflation and Phillips curvification, is causing the output gap measure to be relatively high in this period as compared to HP gap, which just uses the output data to calculate gap. Now here is one interesting thing. We have plotted together the capacity utilization, the model-based unobserved capacity utilization, together with the Obicus measure, and they also show a strong correlation of 0.71. And so this is can also be one of the application of the model, since Obicus measure comes with a lag of more than 1 quarter. So we can use this model-based estimate to gauge the capacity utilization, macroeconomic capacity utilization situation. And since we have seen in the variance decomposition result that capacity utilization is a good predictor of private demand situation, then so it can be used to gauge in demand situation in the economy. So now, till now, we have considered only one non-stationary shock, which we have already discussed. It is a TFP growth factor. Now, if you see the growth literature, new classical growth literature, they also speak about investment-specific technical growth. So they say that whenever growth, whenever productivity increases, so there is 2 kinds of productivity. One is balanced technical change, and one is investment-specific technical change. So balanced technical change increases the productivity or affects both labor and capital, increases the efficiency of both labor and capital. But there are some productivities which mainly affect the investment. For example, if you see the improvement in capital machinery over the year, so capital machinery, efficiency of capital machinery is increasing, then it affects the economy through investment channel. So let us see if there are some evidence in the data, Indian data, about this capital investment specific IST growth. So if we plot the different components of GDP, the ratios of different components of GDP to GDP, the mean ratios, then almost all these are not showing any trend. They are almost stationary, except investment to GDP ratio, which is showing a visible secular rising trend for most part of the data. So at the same time, if you plot the relative price of investment, which is the investment deflator, ratio of investment deflator to consumption deflator, then it is showing a decline for major part of the period, data period, which we have considered. So in order to, so literature suggests that if you have such kind of evidence in the data, so there is some kind of investment specific technical growth in the economy. And so we include and we modify our baseline structure. So what we do is we include this ZT term, investment IST growth factor, in our law of motion of capital. Okay, and we re-estimate the data. We re-estimate the model using the data. So now these are the re-estimated estimates. They look almost similar, but what looks dissimilar is the long-run efficient output estimate. So as compared to the previous baseline version, now we saw an upward revision in the long-run efficient output, and it becomes relatively stable after in post GFC period, but it is declining after 2016. So since we have 2 non-stationary shocks which are contributing to potential growth, so we can think of decomposing the potential growth. So here we have decomposed. And also one thing which we want to highlight is that we have used aggregate data, aggregate GDP and aggregate consumption, aggregate data for our estimation. So that is why we have not used per capita data. So we have to take into account the effect coming from the population. So this is the decomposition exercise. Your contribution of population is slowly diminishing, and your contribution of IST growth was particularly high during 2012-13 period. And this your long run efficient output, as usual, it like previous estimate, it witnessed a sudden uptick from 2002 onwards, and then remained relatively stable. After 2016, it is coming down. Now, if we plot these 2 types of growth, balanced neutral growth as captured by TFP growth factor and XT, and this ZT, IST technical growth factor. So if we plot these 2 growth together, so we'll see that the uptick in the potential or the long run efficient output is mainly driven by the growth uptick in the neutral growth, not in the IST growth. IST growth is seen to be following the neutral growth. So that that possibly shows the relative absence of investment-led growth phenomena in the economy. And in the post GFC, post 2007 period, Your neutral growth was relatively subdued, but your IST growth was high. But after 2016, both of them are coming together. So here we have done a historical decomposition of our business cycle estimate, that is Y-N gap. As we have seen during variance decomposition, that Y-N gap responds to wide variety of shocks. So we have used Y-N gap to decompose. We have used decomposition of Y-N gap. So this is the historical decomposition results, which suggest that starting from 2003 to 3 onwards, we are witnessing a strong upsurge in the business cycle, aided by favorable price markup or supply shocks, and monetary policy shocks are favorable, investment adjustment costs are favorable. So this gels up well with the data or the story going on at that point of time, that your oil prices was low, inflation was under control, and investment and liquidity investment climate was relatively well. Then economy witnessed a downturn due to GFC. Then it recovered because of monetary and fiscal support, which is being captured by this demand and monetary policy favorable shocks. Then in 2012-13, the model is showing that there were unfavorable price markup shocks, and as we can see, as we can recall, that was a time of taper tantrum. Oil prices were high. We were suffering from exchange rate depreciation, so it was a unfavorable supply shock to the economy. Then from 2012 to 14 to 18, we saw some increase in the cycle, but it's a feeble increase, possibly driven by these favorable price markup shocks and demand shocks. And then after 2018, there's a decline, a secular decline in the business cycle, mainly caused by demand shocks and investment adjustment shocks. But in the later period, you can see that the monetary policy is mitigating the effect of the cyclical slowdown. The policy shocks are contributing, are supporting, are mitigating the downturn, monetary policy shocks. So after having discussed the potential output and estimates of business cycle, we can see that during high growth period of 2000, from 2003 to 8, growth rate was above 8, and we have seen that the both trends, both potential output and business cycle were surging up. In the post-GFC period, the growth was around 6%. It was mainly a cyclical slowdown. Potential output was relatively stable around that point. And during your 2014 to 18, some growth revival was seen, but it was mainly on account of cycle. Again, the potential growth was on an average stable. It increased and decreased also. But in the latest period, in the recent period, from 2018 onward, both cyclical and cyclical slowdown and potential growth slowdown is visible from these estimates, and that is why we are possibly seeing the lowest growth ever. The average growth is around 5% in this time. Now, since we have a lot of estimates of business cycle, Y-N gap, YP gap, a practical consideration in the policy is to use them for inflation forecasting. So we tried rolling forecast using this specification, a bivariate model in which inflation is related to its own lag and output gap measure is also included. So these are the results for the rolling forecast. The average RMSE was lower for Y-N gap, and it performed relatively well. In fact, it gave results better than AR and conventional output gap filter. So they have these estimates can be a good predictor of inflation as well. They are competing predictor of inflation. We want to highlight that. So this now some quick summaries and observations. So potential growth in India witnessed a sustained increase from 2002 onwards and remained subdued thereafter. The sudden uptick in potential growth was mainly driven by neutral growth. IST growth appears to be following the neutral growth, at least initially. Since mid-2016, a combined deceleration in neutral and IST growth is bringing the potential growth down. And the cyclical slowdown, the sharp downturn in the business cycle from 2018 onwards is possibly due to weak demand and unfavorable investment adjustment shocks. And Y and gap from model 1 is a competing predictor of inflation. And in fact, it's the best predictor for the rolling forecast we have done. And so coming to some policy guide for the policy for the future. So as we move ahead to revise the growth potential of the country, revise the growth. So we have to jointly have some structural and as well as cyclical factors should be there to revise the growth. So that brings me to the end. Thank you, Dhanyavad, and I look upon your insightful questions. Dhanyavad.
Thank you, Saurabh, for a very good presentation. A lot of pictures, graphs, makes it very interesting. So one specific question from my side, why did you leave out the pandemic sample? Like, why did you end?
Okay. So pandemic, look, these pandemic shock is a very large shock in the magnitude in the history of our country. The GDP dropped to around 24% negative Y-on-Y growth. So when we are estimating a linear model and using the data, so these kind of episodes act as an outlier. So that is why they can skew the whole estimation thing. So because of this only incident, our estimates of all the shocks can get skewed. So that is why we have not included.
Yeah, but then you have the great financial crisis sample.
Yeah. So that was not, yes, true.
So just trying to understand the difference, you know, why would you differentiate between this and the pandemic?
Because it is, the recent shock is relatively larger than that. So that time magnitudes were not as large as the recent one. So this is one thing, very large. Minus 24% growth we have never seen. So it is very large as compared to any crisis.
Okay, more questions from the audience? So the Hank literature says that the intertemporal substitution channel is not strong, but you are getting it to be strong. Why? Okay, so it's a very nice question, insightful question. So Hank literature suggests that intertemporal, Hank literature is what when we have a lot of heterogeneity in household level. So it suggests that the income channel is more important for monetary policy also. When monetary policy changes, the income effects are more stronger than the intertemporal substitution channels. So it is true, they are more realistic. But if you see in this model, we are getting a huge contribution from the consumption shocks. So consumption shocks or intertemporal preference shocks are what? Whenever there is a deviation of the consumption from this structure, that is captured as a shock. So you are right. If consumption is fully captured by the intertemporal substitution channel, then these shocks might not be so large. So that is why we are getting these shocks. So it is in line with what you are saying. So going ahead, we can think of estimating the same thing in a Hank perspective. Okay, any more questions? So would you expect the results to change?
When?
When if going forward, if you estimate the model in hand?
Yeah, these are, yes, we have to continuously update these models as the data, new data come. So yes, they do. But first of all, as you have also mentioned that we have to figure out how to take into account the effect of the pandemic as of now. So for the as more data periods are available, then we'll see how we can take into account that thing.
Okay. So one more question for you. Your output gap estimates compare well to the HP filtered estimates. However, the HP filter method has been critiqued for introducing spurious dynamics. Have you tested your estimates against Hamilton filter, an alternative statistical approach to gap estimation?
No, I have not tested that thing. HP filter can give you spurious results, yes. So, but since the estimates based on the model were not through what HP filter technique is using, so I'm just comparing our model estimates with whatever conventional we have. So whatever limitations that are with HP filter, that does not, I think, apply to these model estimates, because we have used entirely a different structure to estimate these things.
Okay, then. So I'll encourage the audience, if you have question, you can keep typing it to the presenters. So I'm going to end the first session here. We are going to, yes.
There is another question Professor Sushant Malik has asked. I think you have missed that question.
Oh, okay. Sorry about that. Sorry. I can't see that question. Yes, yeah. Why DSGE filter is producing a better forecast relative to a data-driven filter? Is it because of the economic structure or something else in the model that better captures the capacity output?
Okay, so it's a nice question. Not all DSGE estimates are performing well, as if you can see. Only Y-N gap. So Y-N gap is what? Your deviation of actual output from short-run efficient output. Short-run efficient output is the output which you got after removing nominal rigidities, effect of nominal rigidities. So effectively, your inflationary information, inflation will depend on short-run efficient output. Ideally, it should depend on only on short-run efficient output, because this is the this is what actual output you are taking out the impact of nominal shocks. So nominal shocks generate inflation. So this gap should have ideally have, as economic theory suggests, should ideally have the maximum information about the inflation. And this may be the probable reason we are getting some nice forecast property of Y-N gap. But other YP gap and these measures are more or less same as HP filter, or less than autoregressive model. So Y-N gap has that structural interpretation, and maybe that is the reason why it is performing better. But this is given the caveat for our rolling forecast, rolling window forecast. On an average, we have got this.
Okay, thank you. So no more questions, right? Yeah, so we end the session here. I'm going to request the presenters to stay on for a while and keep the camera on. We're going to have a picture, very quick picture. So the next session starts at 6:15, right? Thank you.
Thanks.
Yeah, just for a second.
Mr. Saurabh, could you please stop sharing the screen?
So can I request the audience to keep the camera on if possible? We are going to have a picture with the audience as well. Okay then. I think that should be it.
So are we waiting for some
Yeah, I
something?
think so. Yeah, can anybody confirm me? Did you get the picture? Okay. So I think it's fine. Let's sign off. Just a second. Just a second. Hello. Yeah. So thank you for your presentations. So I'm signing off.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah.
Thank
All
you.
the best. Bye.
Thank you.
Hello. Well, okay. Good evening to everybody, and welcome to the second session of this 19th Macroeconomics and Finance in Emerging Markets Conference. So this session is on economic impact of crisis. So as we all know, for the last 2 years, we have been suffering with that. We have been suffering with the coronavirus COVID-19 epidemic or pandemic, and apart from a huge loss of human lives, the COVID-19 has actually disrupted economic activity and disrupted financial markets with huge costs in terms of growth and in terms of allocation of capital, bank flows, investments, and everything. So in this session, we have 3 very interesting papers which look at the effect of this pandemic and other crises on GDP growth, flow of funds through banking, as well as the competitive performance of different countries in response to this COVID-19 pandemic. So the 3 papers that we have in this session, the first paper is on Lights Out, COVID-19 Containment Policies and Economic Activity. Very, very interesting paper using night lights data to forecast or to estimate the effect of this COVID-19 on economic activity, because I mean we have to measure it in real time in some sense, and usual service statistics are I mean the frequency is not that much. So this is a very interesting innovative approach in this paper. This paper is written by Tarun Jain of Indian Institute of Management, Ahmedabad, Nataliia of the Reserve Bank of India, and Robert C.M. Baer of the World Bank. And this paper will be presented by Tarun Jain. The next paper that we have in this session is by Nataliia Osina from the Leicester Castle Business School. And this paper is titled Economic Policy Uncertainty and Cross-Border Bank Flows Prior to and During the Pandemic. Another interesting paper which looks at the disruption in the capital market that this pandemic, along with other sort of crises, brings in the economy. And the third paper is by Divya, Tuteja, Indian Institute of Foreign Trade, and Pamidu of the Delhi School of Economics. It's titled China and India in the fact of recent crisis, a Markov-switching analysis model. So a sophisticated econometrics model which tries to look at the comparative performance of India and China in face of this pandemic. So the structure, as we are all presenters have been informed, please keep your presentation strictly at to 20 minutes. And before 5 minutes, I will just announce that 5 minutes are left. And the next 10 minutes are devoted for question and answers. I mean, we are not allowing questions and answers during the presentation, just to keep things simple. So after the presenter finishes presenting his or her paper, then you please type your questions in the chat box, right? So welcome again to this session, and may I now invite Tarun to present his paper.
Thank you, Subrata, and thank you everyone for coming to our talk. This is Lights Out, COVID-19 Containment Policies and Economic Activity with Robert Baer at the World Bank and Sonalika Sinha at the Reserve Bank of India. This paper is essentially motivated by the fact that epidemics and pandemics, including the present crisis associated with COVID-19, have fairly large impacts on human life, health, and livelihoods. And so quite naturally, governments tend to intervene to contain the pandemic and the spread of these diseases. So one major intervention that has taken place in the COVID-19 pandemic is that governments have restricted mobility across the country in order to prevent the spread of the virus. This is a communicable disease after all. Now, one very large concern that you have seen in both the policy community as well as in the research community is that such an intervention, particularly to restrict mobility, can have a very large economic impact. Now, it's not obvious that it would be that be the case. After all, in an emerging economy, you could always think of a reason why there might be a null effect of the government intervention on the economic activity, separately from the transmission of the virus, right? So for example, if there's a weak state capacity for enforcement of the government's restrictions, then that might mean that the de jure restriction is ineffective And so the impact of the government's restrictions on economic activity might be fairly muted. You might also think that in an emerging economy, there's large degree of variation in the local economic and social conditions. So that might imply that the degree to which the restrictions bite are different in different areas. So in some places, you might get very large effects, but also in other places, because of those local economic conditions, you might see fairly small effects as well. And so, in this paper, what we're going to focus on is to understand, as Subrata mentioned at the beginning, is that what is the impact of these containment policies that the government comes up with to restrict pandemic spread on aggregate economic activity, right? And so specifically what we're going to do in order to answer this question is to look at the graded unlock that India implemented in May 2020. And so in India, we had the entire country divided into 3 zones with very severe restrictions, intermediate restrictions, and low restrictions, right? So these are the red, orange, and green, so some of you might remember. And we're going to measure economic activity through nighttime light intensity. And so many macroeconomists have looked at this measure, and I'm going to explain a little bit more about this. So we're going to follow differences in different strategy, comparing these districts with severe, intermediate, and low containment policies. So this red, orange, and green. And the other difference is going to be between the pre-period, March and April, where there was uniform lockdown across the country, to the post-period of May and June, where there was more graded and differential unlocks. So what we find, right, is first we find that the policy of the government was actually effective. So our concern about weak state capacity is a little bit muted. What we have done is over here, it found out mobility measures through Google and Facebook mobility data. And we essentially corroborate that the zone classifications did correspond to mobility restrictions as the government had intended. When all these restrictions were removed, the mobility rebounded, as you might expect. Second, here's the headline result. Nighttime lights intensity was lower by 0.04 standard deviations for red zone districts compared to green zone districts in the May and June period. This is a 9.1% lower nighttime lights, and I'll talk about what is this in terms of GDP estimates towards the end of the presentation. And it's 0.01 standard deviation lower for orange zone districts, which have intermediate restrictions compared to the green zone districts in the post-period compared to the pre-period. We find corroborating evidence from household level survey data. This is the CMI's consumer pyramids data, that the red and orange zone classifications also led to lower household income. People were not able to get earnings, as well as lower household consumption. We'll examine heterogeneity and find that across districts in India, and find that there are greater declines in above median services employment, above median population density districts, above median age districts, and credit per capita. We find no effects of the MNREGS scheme and inter-district migration shares on the severity of the impact of the ROG's red, orange, green scheme on nighttime light insights. So those are the headline results. Now, here are the research contributions. First, we are going to contribute an estimation of the differential impact of these containment policies during the COVID-19 pandemic on aggregate economic activity in India, right? And so we also add these mobility, income, and consumption estimates, and I think this is fairly new. Second, we contribute to literature that tries to understand if the underlying demographic, social, or economic factors might increase or decrease the effectiveness of the containment policies, which is something that several other authors have looked at in a more global context. Finally, we are contributing to literature which is trying to understand the economic and social effects of COVID-19 pandemic in India, some of which many of you in this audience might have also contributed to. Here are the timeline of the study, right? So this is the sequence of events that describe what happened. The first case of COVID in India was January 30th. And in response to this, in February and March, the government imposed an increasing series of nationwide restrictions across the country, including a voluntary public curfew in the end of March 2020. March 25th through May 3rd, the government imposed the world's most severe lockdown across all of India. So many of you might remember this. This is also a time when economic activity had essentially halted across the country, and these are the depths of economic activity. In May, starting May 4th, the government announces the graded unlock strategy red, orange, and green, which is extended till May 31st. June's 1st onwards, there is more unlocks, but those are state specific. And so we see that as a period beyond our study, right? So we are going to focus on this March to June 2020 period. Let me tell you specifically about what is happening in these districts. So red zone districts are basically those which have severe restrictions on public transportation, hospitality and entertainment, construction and retail. E-commerce was only for essential goods, and private offices could operate with only 1/3 of employees. The orange zone districts had all the red zone activities were permitted, those that were permitted in the red zone activities, plus there were relaxations for public transportation. And this is, I think, a key difference. The green zone districts, essentially business as usual, except for those activities which are restricted nationally. So for example, a train that goes from a red zone district to a green zone district will not operate. Right? And so what we can do is to interpret these zones as both differential containment policies, as well as reflecting some district level vulnerabilities. Here's a map of all across India, of all the different zones. You can see that the zones are spread all over the country, orange, red, and green. And there's no one area which has a concentration of red zones or concentration of orange zones. There is a concentration of green zones in the northeast part of India. We are going to use as our favorite outcome measure nighttime light intensity, which is collected by NASA satellites, which are orbiting around the world. And we're going to collapse the data that we get from NASA to a district month level. Now, many of you might be familiar with these nighttime lights. They're a proxy for aggregate economic activity because they're highly correlated for many other measures of GDP, right, of economic activity, even at high spatial granularity for India specifically. So there are a bunch of studies that have examined the relevance of nighttime light intensity for the Indian case at the district level. We are going to look at this at the monthly frequency, with, as Subrata mentioned, with the big advantage that the NASA satellites were actually operating. Many other data collection machinery had stopped during this period. They're also quite objective. So, if you consider that there's bias, and so even if there was a survey happening in India or data collection is happening, because of the pandemic, there might be biases introduced because of this, or because of the containment policies, there might be biases introduced. And the NASA satellites have the benefit that they're not being impacted by anything that's happening here on Earth. In addition, we are going to draw on the zone classification straight from a ministry order. This is by district. And interestingly, we also have we have mobility data at the district level from Google and Facebook. If any of you have a phone and have location turned on, this is the data that Google and Facebook are making available to us as researchers, right? The COVID infections are from the well-known COVID-19 India website. Household income and consumption data is from the CMI's consumer pyramids. Other demographic information is from the Shrug database, widely used in India. And finally, banking and credit information is from the RBI's database on the Indian economy. So a quick slide on summary statistics. The reason why I've put this slide up is to show you that the red, orange, and green districts are not all the same. Mumbai, I think, was very much in the red zone. And obviously, Mumbai's level of economic development is going to be very different from a rural green zone district. So there is this systematic difference between those districts that got to be red zone, orange zone, and green zone, which motivates later our use of district fixed effects to net out many of these differences. Here's the main specification. So our main outcome variable in this, so this is for mobility information, right, to corroborate mobility data. In this case, we're going to use standardized mobility measure from Google and Facebook and look at red, orange compared to green as our omitted category. We're going to look at the post variable, and pre is going to be in the omitted category, with the pre variable is being sucked up by the state month fixed effect. The red, orange, and green independent variables are basically sucked up by a district fixed effect. We also put in contemporary and lagged per capita infections for that district. So you might think that the intensity of the night lights is impacted by just the infections. So we put in all those infections in that district as well. And of course, to add to our specification, what we do is to put in monthly nighttime lights data from 2013 to 2019, a whole trail of data, right? to account for systematic differences in the level of nightlights between, say, agricultural district and the metropolitan area. This is what we find. So this is the mobility outcomes. So first is that red zone districts indeed saw much lower mobility in May compared to the green zone districts. You can see this in the main in the first row right over here. In the orange zone districts, you see lower declines in mobility compared to the red zone districts. And this is exactly what the government would have expected if the orders were effective or not, right? So we corroborate what the government intended over here. The main specification, the only difference over here from the previous specification is that the outcome measure is now going to be our standardized nighttime light intensity per square kilometer. So I think Jaisalmer is India's largest district. And so over there, obviously there's lower nighttime light intensity, but we're also dividing by the acreage of that district. These are the main results. So if you pay attention to nothing else, please pay attention to this specific slide. So remember first that April in a pre-period was pretty much the depths of economic activity in India. May and June are recovery months. So when we interpret a negative coefficient from this table, we're talking about how much lower the recovery was for a red zone district compared to a green zone district in the post period of May and June compared to the pre-period of April and March. So the first result that I'd like to highlight is that with all our controls, what we see is 0.04 standard deviation lower nighttime light intensity in red zone districts in the post period compared to the green zone districts in the same time period. In the orange zone districts, this is 0.01 standard deviations lower in the orange zone districts compared to the green zone districts in the post period compared to the pre-period. I'd also like to examine heterogeneity by month of outcome. Right, so this is collapsing together. The first two columns are collapsing together, May and June. But you might also be interested in what's the path, right, of recovery. And it could be that initial conditions lead to wildly divergent outcomes, or these differences converge over time. Here's what we see: the largest differences are those in May. So with the most restrictions, what we see over here is that 0.06 standard deviations in May, 0.04 standard deviations in June, and 0.026 standard deviations in July, right? For red zone districts compared to the green zone districts. Similarly, for the orange zone districts, the differences are statistically insignificant in May and similar in magnitude, but now statistically significant in June, and again, much smaller in magnitude in July. So what we see over here is that there's a convergence trend between the differences that were there in May, and by July, you see much lower difference between the red zone compared to the green zone districts. Now I want to take you through a series of important robustness checks to our result. First of all, of course, you will be interested in the classic pre-trends analysis that is there in a lot of differences analysis. So what I'm doing over here is imposing these red, orange, and green zones to a time period from July 2019 to February 2020. Obviously, yes.
Sorry to interrupt you. 5 more minutes, okay?
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Subhadra. So in this time, people did not know what these zonal classifications were. So obviously, you would expect to see a null result for this time period. This is exactly what you see. Second, what we do is we look at those districts which are right next to each other and eliminate all the districts which are, basically green zone districts surrounded by green zone districts. We find all of these restricted samples, similar results. We remove large cities like Delhi, Bombay, Ahmedabad, and we find qualitatively similar results, although the magnitude is a little bit smaller. Finally, I want to highlight this interesting analysis robustness check is that we take in our data the zone classification, shuffle them around in the data set. Obviously, then the zone classification itself should have no meaning. And so there should be a null result. And that is exactly what we find with these placebo tests. We find corroborating evidence on income and consumption. So household level data source from another source is also showing a similar story of differences between the red zone districts, lower income and lower consumption at the household level compared to the green zone districts, as well as in the orange zone districts compared to the green zone districts. Here are some of the heterogeneity tests. So we are interested in factors like population density, because greater population density might allow for greater transmission of the virus. We're looking at services employment. Perhaps services are more amenable to work from home. We're looking at mean age. Older people were more susceptible to the virus, so age might be a factor. And we're looking at bank credit, because bank credit operations might allow firms to adapt much more easily to the restrictions compared to those districts where they are not. This net result that I take away in the short amount of period time that I have is that greater population density districts saw a greater bite of these ROG classifications than those which are below median population density. Above median services employment saw a greater bite of the red orange zone restrictions compared to the below median. Those with above median age saw greater bites, especially for the red versus green zone districts. And bank credit did not necessarily mitigate the impacts of these zonal classifications, and especially in the red versus green zone comparison. Finally, we also take a look at NREGA employment above and below median, because we know that the government used NREGA as a shock absorber in the economy. We don't really find systematic differences based on NREGA employment. We also are looking at migration shares and heterogeneity by that, and we don't find systematic differences over there. I see a couple of coefficients as significant, but I don't see a systematic story over there. So here in my last minute, I'd like to point out the net conclusion from our paper. So what we've done over here, just to remind you, is to estimate the differential impact of containment policies, controlling for the level of infections and netting those out during the COVID-19 pandemic on macroeconomic activity as measured by nighttime lights at the district level. And so for this, we're exploiting an interesting policy experiment, which is this graded unlock strategy, centrally determined not by the states in May 2020, and using a differences in differences design to estimate the impact on nighttime lights, mobility, income, and consumption. Now, I also want to translate the coefficients that we have into another number, which is GDP. And so we have these new estimates from Hu and Yao and say that, look, the elasticity of nighttime lights with respect to GDP will be different, and there'll be a range rather than a single number, right? And so what we have estimated is that this 0.04 standard deviation difference for red versus green translates into 12.4 to 18.6% lower GDP for red versus green. And this 0.01 translates into 8.9 to 13.4, right? And so this is a range of GDP estimates, not a single number. And finally, we conduct a series of heterogeneity tests, and I just reported on those a minute ago. So thank you very much for your attention. We're happy to have questions. And I also see my co-author Sonalika Sinha has logged in, and we'd be both happy to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you very much.
Okay, so now I request the participants to type their questions in the chat box, and as it comes up, so very nice session, sir. Then anybody is typing questions? Okay, as people start typing questions, I'm not typing my questions, so I'm just asking. I am asking Tarun two questions. One, because I have not worked with this light times data, but let us say that factories and industrial units they operate in the daytime mostly. I mean, right? So, but the light times data captures also what happens in the day, or is it the night light intensity only in the night?
Yeah, so there are separate sources of data for daytime activity, but we are focusing on nighttime light intensity. One way in which to tell a story about how a daytime factory translates into nighttime lights intensity is to say that the presence of a factory implies, say, nighttime supply operations. So there's transportation, trucks moving around, so on and so forth. So they'll have headlights, things are being turned on. There might also be, workers and who are now more prosperous because of employment in the factory. They go home, they turn on lights. compared to not having a job, in which case they're not able to afford electricity, appliances, so on and so forth, have smaller houses. And so, this nighttime lights, how they capture a whole range of macroeconomic activity is well documented by many sources. And so I think we can tell multiple stories around that, about how even daytime activity is correlated with nighttime activity. So in the absence of the factory, there will be far less nighttime light activity as well. And so therefore, lower nighttime light intensity.
Okay, I'll ask my other question later. Let me now, some questions have come up on the chat box. So one question is here, is nightlife data a good proxy for economic activity?
Yeah. So Bharti, I thank you for your question. So there is, we expand on this in significant detail in our paper, but let me point you to some very important papers that I've highlighted over here, including the old Henderson et al. Paper in the AER, Donaldson and Storygard's summary. These are for global estimates, but even specifically for India, Bharti, there have been studies, including Prakash et al. And Bayer et al. You should please look at those, as well as Arindam Chanda and Sujana Kaviraj's 2020 study on economic growth in India. I think these papers have well established the validity of nighttime light intensity in capturing the essential macroeconomic activity.
Okay. Next question from Shubhajit Bhattacharya. Pardon me for my lack of understanding. What is the key takeaway from this study? Apparently, results look obvious. Why should we do this study?
And thanks, Subhajit. So thanks, Subhajit. I think the magnitudes matter, and even if you're not surprised on the direction, it could have been a null result. It could have been that the government announces something, these restrictions, no one listens to the government, so we would find a null result. It could have been that these eye-popping estimates that we have could have been a lot lower or even higher. So, I think magnitude, this is very much an empirical magnitude study. So in that sense, I think that's some of the takeaways. If it's obvious to you ex post, I'm really delighted.
Okay, so, pardon me, I'm not reading up all the chat questions, Tarun. I'm just, because I think it's an interesting study. So a number of questions are also more, so I can't read out all the questions.
Sure.
So
I'm taking a look over here. So is there any
No, I'm going to read it out.
Okay.
I'm going to select a few and read it out. I'm just to the participants, please don't mind that if your question is I didn't select, because there are too many questions are coming on the screen. One question, is there any correspondence between Oxford Index of Stringency with the nighttime lights?
So I have not looked at the Oxford Index of Stringency and its correlation with nighttime light intensity. Thank you, Vikas, for your question. We'll take a look at that.
Okay. Next question by Manoj, our colleague. The results on GDP fall for red and orange districts seems broadly consistent with CSO's estimate of GDP for last year, isn't it?
Thank you, Professor Panda, for this question. Again, they are consistent, but I think in order to answer your question more fully, we'll have to take a look at CSO's estimates for GDP at the district level and classify according to the monthly district level. And I don't think we have monthly district level data on GDP available from the CSO. But I think broadly, the story is consistent of greater suffering in the red zone districts. And not surprisingly, I think, someone asked what are the implications of the study. I think Indian policymakers picked up on the implications very quickly. And during the second wave, what we did not see are strict, harsh mobility restrictions in the country, even though the second wave was quite harsh overall.
Right. Okay. Next question from Duti Bhattacharya. Since you have used DID approach, my question is, would a regression discontinuity approach alternatively work in this study with distance from the district border as a running polynomial?
Yeah. So, Duti, this is an interesting comment. First is that we do not have the data at the nighttime lights at the distance from district border. We didn't have that. All we had was distance from, just district level nighttime lights. That's the best that we had. So unfortunately, implementing that would have been a challenge. But we have something similar, which is the borders districts analysis. So if a green zone district is all surrounded by green zone districts, We just drop them and try to see those, compare those districts which are of different classifications and right next to each other. So it's a weaker form of your suggestion, but we have done that and found consistent results.
Okay, I think, okay, thank you. Then I think I have asked all the questions that came up in the chat box. So we still have 4 minutes of time. So let me ask one more question, which I want to have. I mean, see, in the last slide, I mean, I think your documentation of migration and night slide intensity and the sensitivity in the red zone, orange zone and the green zone is very robust in the sense that you do lots of checks. And as you rightly said, though it seems obvious that red lights, I mean, red zones will suffer more than the orange zone and then the green zone. It is important for a policymaker to have a handle on the numbers. That means, you know, I mean, of course, we put restrictions, but what is the cost of the restrictions in terms of economic activity we have to find? For example, as you rightly said, in the second wave, when in Delhi Metro opened, because people were thinking that they have to, in the initial stages, there is no balancing of economic activity and health cost. But at some point of time, I mean, livelihood issues are going to be important. So the quantitative estimates are important. So though the results might seem that obvious or whatever it is, but quantifying the magnitude is important. But one thing, Tarun, in the last slide, when you say, so the night lights, the intensity is not, I mean, I have no quarrels about it. But how do you map it into the GDP? Because you put it on paper, right? I mean, but
so I put it at the end. We are just drawing on. So what the Hu and Yao paper does, it just came out in, it was just published, is that they say that the correlation, the elasticity of nighttime lights to GDP will vary based on underlying economic conditions.
That's right.
Right. And so we take the range of estimates of that elasticity and then translate it, because it's impossible to pinpoint exactly what was the economic conditions for any. So we are offering a range. We are not, right? We cannot pinpoint it to a specific GDP estimate. And we are not, that is just a bridge too far.
That's right. Yeah. I mean, in the future, it may be interesting to have a little bit of some sort of a little bit more blown up mapping of the night lights with that economic activity, because in every country or whatever it is, I mean, because of their economic differences, I mean, that intensity or the elasticity will be likely to be different. One last question. In many states, this is not my question. This question is by Jaswant. In many states, nighttime lockdown was implemented. So do you feel that we cannot correlate GDP and nighttime during this time?
So it was not during the May-June period. It was only afterwards, Yashwant, that nighttime light curfew, including here in Gujarat, was implemented and daytime activities were allowed. So during the period of the study, this was not the case. But obviously, if we had extended this period to some other time later in the year, your concern would have been very valid.
Okay. Any more questions? No, there is no more questions. I don't think I missed anybody's question here. Okay. So Tarun, thank you for a wonderful presentation. I mean, it's really good that in econometrics we always try to get quarterly data and things like that, but with satellite data, it's econometricians or economists delight, because you can actually track on real-time basis as to what is happening to more deep economic variables, which in official statistics comes only with huge lags.
Great lags, yes. So we were fortunate. Thank you so much, Subrata.
Thank you very much for a nice presentation. And now I will invite our next speaker, Nataliia Osina, and she is going to present the paper Economic Policy Uncertainty and Cross-Border Bank Flows Prior to and During the Pandemic. Okay, welcome, Nataliia, and you have 20 minutes for your presentation. Welcome.
Thank you very much. So I'm going to present today economic policy uncertainty and cross-border bank flows prior to and during the pandemic. This is my paper, and just to tell a little bit about me, I'm a doctor of science in accounting and finance, and I got my PhD at the Manchester Business School. Currently, I serve as a lecturer in accounting and finance at Leicester Castle Business School, De Montfort University. Introduction. The COVID-19 pandemic outbreak and related unprecedented uncertainty have adversely impacted the global banking system. The spread of coronavirus has resulted in the worst economic recession of the world economy since the Great Depression. We define uncertainty in this paper as a risk factor in which state regulations and economic policies across different countries are undetermined and unclear in the nearest period of time. We examine the negative impact of infectious disease outbreaks and economic policy uncertainty, IPU indices on the growth of cross-border bank flows prior to and during the pandemic using a sample of 46 countries around the world. So this study has a global emphasis. Literature precursors on economic policy uncertainty. The literature on the link between economic policy uncertainty and capital flow dynamics is generally scarce. However, there are certain papers in which we are aligned when we are doing this research. The first paper is Jain and Containment, 2003. They explore the effect of uncertainty on foreign direct investments, FDI flows, and they reveal that political uncertainty is harmful to FDI flows. But again, this was about political uncertainty only. The second paper, which is more close to our paper, is Choi and Frederic, 2019. They explore uncertainty as a determinant of international bank flows. And again, they rely on the Papayana studies of 2009 to 2015. Those focus only on one type of uncertainty, namely country-specific uncertainty. So they do not test different IPU indices which are currently available from the economic policy uncertainty database developed by Baker. So the results of these authors share that uncertainty in domestic country pertains to both pull and push determinants and leads to a decline in cross-border crediting outflows and cross-border borrowing inflows. We argue that the best approach to safeguard against economic policy uncertainty is to raise awareness about it around the world, because many researchers underestimate the effect of economic policy uncertainty, and they do not consider that economic policy uncertainty is an important risk factor. Policymakers' clarity and the ability to prevent biases in policies could decrease the level of policy uncertainty. These are the measures which could be introduced. In terms of literature precursors for COVID-19 pandemic, we would like to tell that the world had not experienced anything like this pandemic outbreak since the 1918 Spanish flu pandemic, the impacts of which have been felt by its uncertainty. Here, there are a number of key papers. The first one is Mishkin and Tarun. They pointed out that the pandemic influenza outbreak tends to drive the flow of capital in the opposite direction, namely from the more to the less impacted countries. Breakers total 2011-2016, they provide evidence that the global economy can be more greatly impacted by a highly infectious pandemic rather than a highly virulent pandemic, i.e. how detrimental the virus can be to the owner. The more integrated the country to the global economy is, the more likely it will be adversely impacted by these disease outbreaks. The other paper, which is quite interesting here, is Barnett et al. They examine the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic outbreak on both financial markets and bond flows, employing daily frequency data from 2010 to 2020. So again, this paper is very close to our, but they do not look at cross-border bank flows. So the authors here, they use a fixed effects panel and the structural VAR method, and they argue that emerging economies have been more impacted by the COVID-19 pandemic than advanced markets. So the next paper, which is also quite related to our research, is Alfermi and Hengen from International Monetary Fund, 2021. They argue that the COVID-19 outbreak and the related policy uncertainty measures caused a massive surge of capital allocation across capital markets of countries, as well as different types of asset classes. So this paper, again, is more focused on different types of asset classes rather than on cross-border bank flows. Our research questions are posted here, and you can see that the first one is the economic policy uncertainty, IPU indices generally reduce the growth of cross-border bank loans, and second one, the Oxford COVID-19 government response indices related to the variety of restrictions imposed in different countries lead to a reduction in the growth of cross-border bank loans. Empirical hypotheses are formulated from those research questions. The first one is that economic policy uncertainty indices decrease the growth of cross-border bank loans, such as purpose. And a second empirical hypothesis, Oxford's COVID-19 government response indices reduce the growth of cross-border bank loans, such as purpose. Our contribution. As a result of the global COVID-19 pandemic, we aim to examine the impact of infectious disease outbreaks and related uncertainty on the growth of cross-border bank loans in a sample of 46 countries over the period from 2005 to 2020. Unlike most prior studies focusing on only some economic policy uncertainty indices as a global push factor of capital flows, such as Cholan for Sarah 2019, Barnett 2020, and Alfayemi and Henke 2021, we use the exchange rate adjusted BIS, Bank for International Settlements, locational banking statistics data, and identify the role of different dimensions of uncertainty. So we basically test all the indices which are available in the Economic Policy Uncertainty database developed by Baker in 2016. And we tell them how those indices can explain the growth of cross-border bank loans among a large sample of countries compounded with a special focus on Euro area member countries. Well, we are among the first to examine the negative effect of COVID-19 government response measures and other health-related indices from the IPU database on cross-border bank flows. Again, so I would like to highlight that we are among the first to examine that impact on cross-border bank flows in a global dimension. Our results confirm that policymakers should proceed with the implementation of expansionary policies to mitigate considerable contraction in economic activities caused by uncertainty, while continuing to adhere to health safeguarding measures, for example, vaccination campaign, etc., to prevent the spread of COVID-19 around the world. A model specification, which is established here, this is a panel data model. So to analyze the exposures of cross-border bank loans to uncertainty, infectious disease outbreaks, and COVID-19 government restriction measures, control for various country-specific and global determinants, we estimate the following regression model on a quarterly basis. To the left-hand side, you would see our dependent variable, which is growth rate of bank loans, which is here. And to the right-hand side, you would see some explanatory variables, which include some widely used macroeconomic factors, some global factors, and you can see that we approach to test here different global economic policy uncertainty indices from Baker database, and as well as economic policy uncertainty indices at different dimensions of economic policy uncertainty. And also we approach to test the COVID-19 government response indices from Oxford database. Here, as robustness checks are important when we look at the global dimension. We employ a two-step system generalized method of moments, GMM estimation, to test the null hypothesis that the variety of economic policy uncertainty, IPU indices negatively impacts the growth of cross-border bank loans. Again, here to the left-hand side, we can see dependent variable growth rate of bank loans. To the right-hand side, we can notice that we lagged our IPU indices, Global Economic Policy Uncertainty Index, or IPU indices, and we also lagged here our dependent variable. And after that, we introduce again our controls, global factors, and macroeconomic factors. So once again, in equation 2, we employ the two-step robust system, GMM, dynamic panel data estimation, as a robustness test to control for potential heterogeneity. This data is taken from the most reliable data sources such as Refinitiv Comparable Economics, TRICE, and Economic Policy Uncertainty website developed by Baker, 2016. Also, we take the COVID-19 government restriction indices from Oxford COVID-19 government response tracking database. Key findings. Using panel regressions with quarterly country level data, we argue that the US infectious disease equity market volatility track appears to be one of the most important global push factors that drives exposures of bank failures. Our empirical findings also suggest that global economic policy uncertainty, GPU current and GPU PPP indices, meaning that at constant prices and at current prices, also associated with a significant reduction in the growth of cross-border bank failures. The global economic policy uncertainty, GPU current index, has increased more than twice during the period with the COVID-19 pandemic outbreak compared to the prior pandemic times. Focusing on the European Union member countries, we show that Greek economic policy uncertainty index, Greek banking uncertainty index, and Greek monetary policy uncertainty index drive the largest reduction in bank failures, emphasizes the importance of surveillance of economic conditions in Greece. These global push factors, namely a variety of US economic policy uncertainty indices, are also significantly connected with exposures of bank failures, and they remain as one of the most important determinants of bank failures in international dimension. We further discuss the implications of COVID-19 restrictions imposed in different countries and show that Oxford COVID-19 government response indices exhibit a similar effect, leading to reduction in the growth of cross-border bank failures. The first table here shows regression results for cross-border claims on banks and global economic policy uncertainty index, GPU-PPP. Here in the first column, you can see a panel regression results, and you would notice GPU-PPP index here. So this index is both economically and statistically significant. It has reasonable magnitude there, and it is statistically significant to 1%. Maximum likelihood is the robustness check which was performed here to check our results, and it confirms the results from the panel regressions with counter fixed effects. After that, we introduced dynamic panel GMM. And at first, we have the results when we lag our GPU-PPP index by using the standard number of lags, which is 2. And we can see that even on the second leg, GPU-PPP remains a quite important risk factor. The economic magnitude doesn't become lower, and statistical significance still remains the same. It's still statistically significant at 1%. And even if we take the large number of lags, for example, if you lag our GPU-PPP index by using the fourth lag, so we have here 4 lags. Even with that, we can see that GPU-PPP index remains both economically and statistically significant. Again, the economic significance is almost the same like on the second leg, and the statistical significance, the index is still significant at 1%. This means that the importance of GPU, global economic policy uncertainty, as a risk factor doesn't become smaller with the passage of time. So this index should be considered as an important risk factor.
Nataliia,
yeah.
Sorry to interrupt you. 5 more minutes, okay?
Okay, and this means that this is important risk factor, and appropriate monetary measures should be introduced, monetary fiscal measures should be, and other government regulations should be introduced to reduce that global economic policy uncertainty index. This table here shows the results for cross-border bank floors and JPU current index, global economic policy uncertainty current index. We divide here our sample on two periods. The first period is prior to the global pandemic, from 2005 to 2020. Second period is so this is for the full period, from 2005 to 2020, and this one is prior to the pandemic, 2005-2019. So when we do not have, when we have the full sample with the occurrence of COVID-19 outbreak, we would notice that JPU current index is both statistically economically significant, so it is statistically significant to 1%. It has also quite decent magnitude here. And it has also the expected negative sign on cross-border bank flows, meaning that this index reduces cross-border bank flows. And again, we check in our results with dynamic panel GMM estimation. Here we use the standard number of lags, and we can say that the economic and statistical significance of this index doesn't become smaller with the passage of time when we take the second leg. And if to look at prior to COVID-19 pandemic results for a sample from 2005 to 2019, we can say that, of course, JPU current index, it has been statistically significant at 1%. However, the magnitude of this index, it was much smaller, meaning that economic importance of this index was much smaller. It was still important, however, the economic importance was smaller. And again, if we check these results with dynamic panel GMM, and we would notice that if you look at this index, we can see that also economic coefficient, economic magnitude is here quite large, but statistically significant, it becomes statistically significant only at 5%. So the next table shows here some importance of different Greek economic policy uncertainty indices for the Euro area countries. Here we can name that Greek banking uncertainty index is quite important determinant of cross-border bank flows in the European area. Also, one of the most important determinants is overall Greek economic policy uncertainty index for bank flows in the Euro area. And some US factors, they also remain quite important for cross-border bank flows in the Euro area, namely sovereign US JPU sovereign debt index and US JPU financial regulation index. Here we test one of the important indicators from our papers. In this table, we test the importance of US infectious disease, equity market volatility tracker from Baker database, and this is a proxy for infectious disease in our paper. This indicator is available for the full period of time. It is available from 2005 to 2020. So we can easily test this in our panel data set, and we can see that this indicator has the largest magnitude compared to all other JPU indices, and it is statistically significant at 1%. We check our results with maximum likelihood estimation here, and with dynamic panel GMM, we use the standard number of lags here, which is 2. And we can say that, yes, economic significance of this index remains when we are on our second leg. However, their statistical significance, it becomes lower. It becomes statistically significant only at 5%. So we can say that once we will stop the spread of this coronavirus outbreak, there will be possible to introduce appropriate monetary, fiscal policies, etc., to reduce the negative effect of this index on the growth of cross-border bank loans. Here we test different government restrictions indices, for example, stringency index. You can see that this index is statistically significant only at 5%. Again, it has decent economic magnitude, but it is statistically significant only at 5%, meaning that cross-border bank loans will continue to flow across different countries, regardless those measures. Of course, those measures, they do reduce cross-border bank loans, but they will still continue to flow. So this is not important. And conclusion, we find that the US infectious disease equity market volatility track appears to be significant and leads to a substantial reduction in bank loans in a sample of 46 countries over the period from 2005 to 2020, moving from the 25th to the 75th percentile of the US infectious disease equity market volatility track averages the growth of cross-border bank loans by about 0.9, so by about 1% to 3% respectively. Roughly, this highlights that the most urgent uncertainties during infectious disease outbreaks are connected to the public health sector and restraint of the spread of the virus. Consequently, in the long term, this might help countries to overcome economic recession. We further argue that a global economic policy uncertainty, GP current and GPPB indices, have a significant negative association with the growth of cross-border bank flows. In global economic policy uncertainty, GP current index, GP current index has increased more than twice during the period with the COVID-19 outbreak compared to the prior pandemic times, if to look at the magnitude of the coefficients there. Moving from the 25th to the 75th percentile on the global economic policy uncertainty, GP current index reduces the growth of cross-border bank loans by about 0.3 to 1% respectively. The empirical results show that a variety of US economic policy uncertainty indices and Greek economic policy uncertainty indices are significantly connected to the exposures of bank loans dynamics, and they are especially important for the European area flows. We further contribute to manage the impact of COVID-19 government restriction measures on bank loans dynamics, and we can say that the variety of Oxford COVID-19 government response indices, they show similar effect, causing a constraint in the growth of cross-border bank loans. And these results provide important findings for policymakers who are dealing with the design of effective banking regulation to revive the world economy. Thank you for your attention. Any questions?
Okay, thank you, Nataliia. Well, there is first one sort of a suggestion, from Venkatesh. GMM model seems to be over-identification of instruments. Better to use the collapse option in GMM model.
We using a standard specification in dynamic panel GMM model, which is usually used in all prior studies, such as Cerruti models, such as Cerruti paper 2016. He looked at the effect of global financial crisis on the cross-border bank loans, and we follow that paper, and we use that specification from that paper in constructing our dynamic panel GMM model. In terms of everything, Sargon and Hansen tests, they are according to the standards of dynamic panel GMM. So there are no implications in terms of that. Sargan and Hansen, they are not zeros. And of course, they are smaller than 1. Just putting 1 in tables, they are smaller than 1. They are not 0, they are around 0.9 or so. So I have looked at tools parameters for dynamic panel GMM, whether it corresponds to what is supposed to be there in terms of econometrics parameters, and again Hansen tests, Sargan tests, they are in accordance with the previous papers in and all econometrics rules. So in terms of also R1 and R2, those is also corresponds to the previous papers on cross-border bank flows. So dynamic panel GMM was constructed appropriately. Though I showed to you the formula for the dynamic panel GMM there, and also I showed that even if I rise the lags, the importance of the factors, for example, the importance of GPU index, it stays. And this is quite important. And I have also checked all other determinants from IPU database, and I've tried to rise the lags. If there was something wrong with my dynamic panel GMM, obviously you wouldn't have such similar results to the panel data. And moreover, the panel data, it was also checked by using maximum likelihood estimation, which gives to us almost the same results as a panel data set, which was tested here. Any other questions?
No, I mean, there is a follow-up question by the same person, which says that Sargan-Hansen test is one that explains that the models suffer with over. I mean, that Sargan-Hansen test is a way to find out whether the models are, not that your model suffers, but Sargan-Hansen test can pick up whether the model has over-identification instrument. So I guess the natural question to ask is whether have you done that Sargan-Hansen test for over-identification?
Yes, I have reported my Sargan and Hansen tests. Yes, I have explained that I'm reporting that Sargan and Hansen tests, they are not zeros. If you have Sargan and Hansen tests as zeros, then you would be definitely in a problem. You should check this in your dynamic panel GMM. Also, you should check R1 and R2 for serial correlation in your model, and those measures also shouldn't be zeros. They should be like more than 1 or so, so you should reject the null. So in terms of Sargan and Hansen, I report every year that I have those coefficients close to 1.
Okay.
They are either from 0.8 to 0.9, close to 1. They are not zeros. So this is how you should, if you want to check whether the dynamic panel GMM is correct or not, you should definitely pay attention to Sargan and Hansen test. Thank you for this question. But those tests, they shouldn't be equal to 0.
Okay. Okay, Nataliia, I think in the interest of the time, I mean, if there are more questions, then you can type on the chat box. And you can take it up with Nataliia, I mean, one-to-one basis in the chat box. So thank you very much for a very, very interesting paper. And thank you for presenting your work in our conference.
Thank you.
Now I like to invite Divya Tuteja from Indian Institute of Foreign Trade to present her paper with Pami Dua, China and India in the fact of recent crisis, a Markov-switching analysis. Yeah, is Divya there? Why I have suddenly got so many.
Good evening, sir. Am I audible?
Yes, you are very audible, but my screen now has 2 Divyas, 2 Subrotos.
Oh, okay. Let me just check. Is my presentation also visible now?
Your presentation is visible. No, right now it is visible. It has gone to landscape. Yeah. Now, right now it's correct. Though your video is off, I mean, that's okay. If you want to keep your video off, you can put it on at the later. But
Actually, I'm presenting from the phone because there was some problem with the laptop. So please bear with me. I'm very, very sorry about this. May I start?
Yes.
Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity to present this paper. This is ongoing work with Professor Pamidua at the Delhi School of Economics. So basically, what we're going to talk about today is China and India in the face of recent crises. So we're going to talk about Markov-switching analysis of the impact on economic activity of these countries. So let me quickly, in the sake of time, just quickly skip and come to the background. So what is this recent crises? So basically what we're going to focus on are three important crises. The first one is the Great Recession of 2008-9 in the US, started in the US, but as you know, spilled over to other economies. The second one is the Eurozone debt crisis. And obviously the most important and pertinent one at the current juncture is the COVID-19 pandemic. So what I want to talk about over here is what caused these crises, what was its impact, and particularly what was the impact on China and India, because that is what we are going to focus on in this paper. So let me begin with the Great Recession. So the Great Recession, which also encompasses the global financial crisis, which was triggered by the collapse of Lehman Brothers on 15 September 2008, basically is said to have resulted from globalization. So what globalization? Well, increased trade and financial linkages across the world. All right. So the impact on economies was basically that the developed economies, they were majorly into a recession, and several other economies which were export dependent, so they were dependent on these developed economies for their export demand, they also were in a recession. In fact, when compared with the Great Depression of the 1930s, it was a comparable and even worse recession for many of the developed economies. However, the case for China and India, miraculously, they both escaped a recession, but experienced a sharp slowdown during this crisis. The second episode that we're going to talk about is the Eurozone debt crisis. Now, what caused the crisis? Basically, public debt levels. And public debt levels were supposed to have been controlled by economies that entered the Eurozone, but unfortunately, it was not the case. So this led to high bond yield spreads in government-backed securities and a collapse of the banking and the financial sector. So the mostly impacted economies were Portugal, Ireland, Italy, Greece, and Spain, and obviously other economies that were related to these economies. These are very commonly known as PIGS economies. So what was the impact on China and India? So for China and India, basically, they were trying to recover from the impact of the Great Recession. So it basically, hampered their prospects of recovery. Now, coming to the pandemic. Now, the pandemic has been caused by simultaneous shocks, which has been because of the lockdown across the world, and the trade channel has exacerbated the supply and demand shocks. So what are these supply and demand shocks? Well, labor has gone back to the village, and there is no supply. So global supply chains are not working. There is no demand for things, and so on and so forth. So a lot of complex factors are at play here, which has led to a very sharp recession and a simultaneous recession. In fact, it surpasses that accompanying the Great Recession, which we have said is comparable to the Great Depression. All right. About its impact on China and India. So remember, during the Great Recession, China and India had escaped a recession. However, in the case of the COVID-19 crisis, both these economies have experienced a recession. And I will come back to this point. I have been talking about slowdown recession. So I will explain this a little bit. Give me a few minutes. I'll come back to this. All right. Now, in terms of what we are doing, I would like to go back to some of the work that we have done before. So there are two papers that we have, existing work that we have. So in one of the papers, what we had done was we had just looked at the impact of the Eurozone debt crisis on China and India. And at that time, what we had found was that in terms of its impact on the stock markets and the economic activity levels, it basically led to a slowdown in both China and India. And so even between the two, China was better posited to be able to tackle the effects at the time. We followed this up with another paper, which looked at the impact of the Great Recession and the Eurozone sovereign debt crisis. So this was a paper that basically where we wanted to see whether one was more impactful than the other. And so what we found was that indeed, when we focus on the trade channel, the exports of both China and India, the major exporting sectors, they were affected because of both the Great Recession and the Eurozone sovereign debt crisis. In fact, the impact of the Great Recession was much more pronounced as compared to the Eurozone crisis. So coming on to the existing study, the current study, sorry. So the current study looks at these 3 episodes now and focuses on the COVID-19 pandemic. And in terms of our technical extension, what we are doing in this paper is that we are focusing not just on the impact on the individual economies, okay? So not just on China and India, but what we are trying to tease out is the common regimes, or what we are using is a multivariate framework that gives us what are the common periods which have affected China, India, and US. Also, what we are going to do is to add the COVID-19 pandemic. All right, let's go to our estimation strategy. So basically, let me just explain the regime switching framework a little bit, because that's important in being able to understand what we are doing. And I've simplified the analysis quite a bit so that there's not a lot of confusion. So basically, what we are trying to do when we are talking about a regime switching or a Markov switching framework is to capture the non-linearity which is inherent in every time series. Now, to be able to capture this non-linearity, what is the most obvious way is to think about states of the world. So what are these states of the world? So states of the world, let me give you a simple example. So for example, when we are talking about, let's say, the impact of addition of a certain input on agricultural output, productivity, or yield. So what would be important for us to consider over here is not just the impact in its usual sense, but also to think about whether or not there has been a good or a bad monsoon in a particular season. Because the impact of the input is contingent critically upon what was the state of the world. That is, whether it was a good monsoon season versus a bad monsoon season. So in that sense, the good or the bad monsoon season becomes a state of the world. So the behavior of the coefficient of impact, which is what is the impact of addition of 1 unit of this input to the output, is critically dependent on whether or not you are in a good or a bad monsoon season. And so this becomes nonlinear. So this is the sort of regime switching behavior that we are trying to capture over here. So what we are saying is that the mean and the volatility of the series is different and depends crucially upon what state of the world we are in. Now, how do we then try to model this regime switching? So there are 2 broad frameworks. The first framework is what is known as observation switching. So in observation switching, the switching variable is basically something that can be observed. So it's the lagged dependent variable, or it's some other variable which has a threshold effect. And so this includes star, L star, sitar kind of models. And so this is a deterministic change. All right. Whereas in the case of Markov switching, which we are using over here, what we use basically is a Markov chain process wherein the underlying regime switching variable is an unobserved variable which is governed by a Markov chain. All right. And so because this is an unobserved random event, so this is a case of a stochastic sort of regime switch. Now, if you think about our example, we were talking about the impact of the change in productivity due to the addition of an input. So over here, while we are talking about 2 states of the world, a good monsoon versus a bad monsoon, if you think about it, the researcher is seldom going to know a priori whether the season that we're thinking about is going to be a good or a bad monsoon season. And so this is a sort of stochastic or random event. And so Markov switching makes a lot of sense to be used in such examples. Okay, so now coming to our case. So what we're considering over here is the smooth growth rate of the coincident index. So the coincident index is basically going to capture the current economic activity levels in an economy. And what we're focusing on is the growth rate. Now, I was earlier talking about slowdown, recession, and so on. So let me explain that a little bit over here, because that's something that must be coming to your mind. So when it comes to pickup, because we're focusing on the growth rate. So an increase in, a shift up in the activity level is a pickup, whereas a small reduction or a downshift in the positive economic activity level is a slowdown. Now, what is a recession? A recession is when your activity level or the growth rate actually becomes negative. And so when your growth rate becomes negative, your economic activity is actually shrinking instead of increasing at all. So what you're saying is that if your economy is in a recession, your GDP is actually going down. So a recession is definitely much, much worse than a slowdown. And so that is something that we need to keep in mind while we are going through our paper. So now what we're going to do is we are going to use a univariate Markov-switching AR model in order to understand the country-specific, economy-specific phases and assess the dates. So we're going to talk about the dates in a bit. And then we're going to use a multivariate framework and come up with the common phases in the economic activity levels of these economies. The time period for analysis is January 1986 to June 2021. All right. I think some of the, is it true? Is some of the symbols, etc., not visible?
Yeah, symbols are not visible.
I'm so sorry for this. Let me just explain it in a non-technical fashion so that you don't need to read the slide. So basically, when we are talking about a Markov-switching autoregression model, so the idea is that if a series, let's say YT, is a function of an intercept and a coefficient which has lag-dependent variables, then both your intercept, your lag coefficients, as well as your variance is going to depend on the state. So what that means is that in one of the states, you could have a positive mean, whereas in the other state, you could have a negative mean. In one of the states, you could have a high volatility, whereas in another state, you could have a low volatility. Similarly, in the multivariate framework, where YT, which is not visible here, so YT is basically a vector. So there you're going to have, again, regime switching intercepts. And the variance covariance matrix of the errors is also going to be regime switching. The VAR coefficients are also going to be regime switching. All right, let's talk about the estimation strategy. So it's very standard in the time series literature to first test for the non-stationarity of the time series. So we are going to do DFGLS, KPSS, and least charges tests. And what we find is that our series are going to be stationary. So we'll talk about that again in a bit. I have not added those results here for the sake of brevity. Then what we do is we basically use, a Box-Jenkins sort of methodology. And so this is borrowed from Hamilton 1997 and Crises' work. So basically what we do is we try to get a parsimonious model. So in order to get a parsimonious model, in the case of a univariate framework, we basically construct the best ARMA model. And in the case of the VAR, we basically select the best lag structure using the AIC, SBC, and HQ. And then using the formula given by Hamilton and Krolzig. So what we do is basically, if we get lags to be 2, so the best model, which in terms of the states for the Markov switching is going to be 1, where you have 1 lag. Okay, so there's a rule like that. So we use that rule, we come up with the best model, and then we basically use the expectations maximization algorithm and we estimate these models. So let me talk briefly about the data and selection of periods. So as I have said, the data is from January 1986 to June 2021. The frequency is monthly. We are using the smooth growth rate of the coincident index. So basically that captures the current economic activity level and basically its growth. The countries under analysis are China, India, and US. These are all series are stationary, and the data sources Economic Cycle Research Institute, New York. All right. Now, the next question is, so what do we do with all of this? So basically what we are going to do is we are going to
Divya, hello.
Yes.
Divya, sorry
Yes.
to interrupt you. 5 more minutes, okay?
Okay, sir, I'll just speed up.
Yeah.
So basically what we're going to do is we are going to compare the dates that we have from some existing sources. So for example, for the US recession, we know from NBER and ECRI that the dates are December 2007 to June 2009. Similarly, for COVID, we have got dates from ECRI. So what we basically use is a union rule. So for example, for China, India, and US, if we know that the recession dates are December 19 till April 20, so the entire period as a union, we have considered as the COVID crisis. Similarly, we have done for the Eurozone crisis period, which I'm not going to get into now because I'm short of time. I'm sorry for that. Now, what we do is we basically construct our Markov models, and then we compare the dates that we get from the Markov model with these dates. Now, the important point over here is that when we are using the Markov model, we are letting the data speak for itself. We are not forcing these dates on the model at all. We are letting the data come up with the dates, and then we're comparing those dates with the dates that we have got using these dating rules. So the models that we get are basically a three-state model for both the economies. So these are univariate. And what we get are growth, slowdown, and recession phases. Similarly, what we find is that for the multivariate framework, we have a three-state model, which is optimal, which gives us, again, slowdowns, growth, and recession periods. Now, what is the important point? The moot point is that when you're going to look at the graphs just now, that the graphs, they show that, yes, indeed, the Great Recession was coinciding with a slowdown in both China and India, but the pandemic has resulted, similarly for the Eurozone crisis, but the Great Recession is much worse. But the recent pandemic is going to coincide with recession in China, India, and US. So let me now show you these results. I hope you can see this. So, so if you see, these are recession dates. So, so if you can see towards the end, the recession dates are coinciding with the COVID-19 pandemic. Similarly for India, these are multivariate. So you can see again, the yellow and the blue, they are coinciding. And similarly over here, when we take China, India, and US. So now just to give a small discussion, I will take questions. So in the very beginning, I had said that the Great Recession was possibly due to the globalization fact that we have a lot of trade and financial linkages. But what we have seen is that these trade and financial linkages, while they have changed between 2005 to 2020, they have not changed a lot between, after the Great Recession and Eurozone crisis and recently. So, so the recent pandemic, because it is a common shock for all the economies, and it is an external shock, it has led to a synchronized and simultaneous recession. So these numbers basically are to show this. So you can see the share of exports for China and India to US and Eurozone that decreased from 35% around to about 30% of late. Similarly, in terms of the financial linkages have actually come down rather than going up, especially in the case of the Eurozone banks. So, sir, can I please just summarize? Do I have time?
You have 2 minutes time. You can summarize.
Okay, sir. Thank you. All right. So let me summarize. So basically, what we're trying to do is to compare the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic to the Great Recession and the Eurozone sovereign debt crisis. We use our model, which is a Markov-switching model, which allows regime switching in the variables and lets the data speak for itself to come up with regimes. And these regimes are compared with some of the dates that are coming up from NBER and ECRI databases. These are standard in the literature. And what we find is that we find three-state models in terms of our modeling, which capture slowdown, pickup, and recessions. So for China and India, both had experienced a slowdown in the case of the US Great Recession and the Eurozone debt crisis. But they have, along with the US, all these economies are in a synchronized recession during the COVID-19 pandemic. And so this is much, much more severe than what has happened during the Great Recession or the Eurozone sovereign debt crisis. Thank you.
Okay, beautiful. I mean, he's on the dot. Oh, now you can see you.
Yes, I'm sorry. I don't know how to use this.
That's okay. I mean, so the presentation went off well. So
Thank
no
you, sir.
problem. Okay, now I request from the audience, anybody, I mean, all those who have questions to type out the questions on the chat box. So as they are typing on the chat box, let me ask one question to you, Divya. So,
Yes.
you know, you use the data from what, 2005, right?
So 1986.
1986, sorry, 1986, and then 2021, right?
Yes, sir.
So now, of course, there were crises in the financial crisis, and but when you but if you look at the financial crisis, of course, everybody was badly hit, but
Yes.
nobody got minus growth rates, right? Whereas in COVID-19, and it's like a strange shock. It's like a
Right.
once in a lifetime shock or once in a century shock.
Absolutely.
Which is not comparable. I mean, which is much different in severity.
Absolutely.
So I mean, how far it is justifiable to treat the COVID-19 also as a part of in conjunction with the other pandemics, or not pandemics or crises, etc. When
Right.
COVID-19 is like a really outlier sort of idea.
I agree. I completely agree. But what we are doing over here is basically trying to look at something which we have dealt with before, which are economic crises, and something which is new. So because there is no benchmark, definitely I don't have access to data for the Spanish flu. I would love to have that. But definitely China and India during the Spanish flu would make very little sense. So we would just try to compare it with whatever has happened recently. And that is the only reason. Of course, I completely agree with you. They are not comparable.
Okay. Okay. Now we have one question for right now. I have one question. Have you control for Asian financial crisis?
All right. So a very interesting question. So the answer is as follows. So the point is that we are not okay. So because we are not using a sort of cause and effect model here, so we don't need to control for anything. I have not looked at the impact of the Asian financial crisis separately, but now that you have mentioned it, and since it's part of this period, I will definitely add this to the study.
Okay. Next question by Shomik Shah. My question is that why should we do such a project? It is a very macro level question. Means how, I mean, what his meaning is that it means how it will help in the future crisis that may occur with large vulnerability. Basically, trying to say that these are extreme events. So so by looking at I mean some sort of an average or average because you put everything together. So this coefficients is no longer valid if there's some other shock occur, which are completely different. So I mean,
All right. So
how useful is your work?
Okay, so the answer is a slightly convoluted one. Okay, so this is basically in terms of the policy implications. See, no two crises are the same. So the kind of impact that it would have when the crisis actually occurs is actually in thin air. So what we are trying to basically say is that, as Sir had mentioned, these are not comparable, but let us say, God forbid, if such another external unexpected shock is to occur in the future, then it may be actually much, much more severe than some of the economic crises that economies have dealt with before. And having this information is empowering for the policymakers. Of course, how much is yet to be seen, how much policymakers take analyses seriously. So as a policymaker, I would think, okay, so if I'm having a large external shock, which is affecting everyone around the world, then maybe my in terms of my policy package, I should be much more liberal. That's the way I would see it.
Okay. So another question from Kalyanaram Gurumurthy. Like he says that COVID-19 recession lasted only 2 months in the US. The recession ended in April 2020 according to NBR. So
Okay.
Basically,
I was expecting this question. Okay, okay, I'll answer that. So basically, what happens is that, see, this is an ongoing study, and as you know, the pandemic is far from over right now. So what happens is that the NBR comes up with these dates for recessions after some time. Okay, so they have a dating rule. The economy has to be in negative growth rates for a couple of months, at least 6 months, and those have to be successively, and so on and so forth. So there is a chronology. It's known as dating chronology that is followed. And so what is going to happen is that at this moment, so if I go back to my slides, I could show you. What we are finding is that there are still some very high probability. So there is a very high probability of the economies having been in a recession even at the end of 2020 and the beginning of 2021. So what's that saying is that the model, because it's not going to completely coincide with the NBR dates, it's going to tell you something which is happening in real time, whereas the actual dates will come up later. So it's possible that NBR maybe 2 months down the line or 3 months down the line is also going to say that yes, these months in 2021 also were part of the recession. So we have to be a bit patient. Those dates, we are still looking at them.
Okay, so one question from Shohan Mukherjee.
Yes,
so ma'am, you referenced how financial linkages have come down, data from 2005 and 2020 specifically. Could
right.
you please elaborate what role this data plays in your model and the findings?
It does not actually. We are not using this data. What we are basically trying to say is that, so some of you might have this small thing in your mind. So I have said at the very beginning, so if there are trade linkages and financial linkages, so that is one reason why economies can simultaneously be in a recession. So an obvious question that would come to mind is that, so during the COVID pandemic, was it the case that the trade and financial linkages were reinforced post the Great Recession and the Eurozone sovereign debt crisis? And so, if that were the case, then that is possibly one reason why there is a simultaneous recession in the COVID-19 pandemic. However, to show you that that is actually not the case, I have presented this data. So this data is disjoint from the analysis. This is just part of the discussion.
Okay.
Yes.
So anybody else have any question? Have I missed anybody typing any question? We have 3 more minutes. So anybody typing any questions? No.
Any more comments from you, sir? I will be very happy to have them.
No, fine. I had, I mean, that particular question only. So, I mean, I would think that one easy way to answer the question is to just drop the, I mean, because you have data from 1986. So just drop the COVID-19 from the, not drop from the analysis, just run one more table without the COVID-19 and see how sensitive are the coefficients becoming. So basically, the COVID-19 should not have an undue influence on the result.
So I can actually answer that question because this paper was initially estimated for the pre-COVID period. So when it was estimated for the pre-COVID period, what we found was that there was no recession phase that was being picked up. So what was happening was that in the univariate case, we were actually getting the 3 phases. So we were getting pickups, slowdowns, and recession. So there are some recessions that China and India have had in the beginning of the 90s. But post that, China and India have actually not been in a recession till date. Now, because of the COVID-19, we have had recession. But in the common phases, when we looked at the common phases for China, India, and US, there was no recession phase. Now, because we have introduced the COVID-19, and it has led to a recession, that is a sharp negative growth rate of economic activity, there is a third phase that emerges when we add this period to the analysis.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much. So
thank you so much.
So there is a request from the organizers that I'm closing the chat box now. I'm thanking Tarun, Divya, and Nataliia for excellent presentation and for sharing their work. Now there is a request from the organizers that you guys all switch on you switch on your video so that we can take a picture, especially the presenters, Nataliia and Divya and Tarun, so that we can take some pictures, and of course with me. So I'm closing the chat box and let's take a picture. So whosoever are on the screen, just switch on your video. Okay. So I guess they, you know, our organizers have already taken the video. I mean, taken the snapshot of it. So thank you very much to everybody. And now we meet at 8 o'clock for the keynote lecture by Professor Mishkin. And so have a quick break, maybe grab a cup of tea or something and come back at 8 o'clock. Thank you very much.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Yeah, good. Last time you had some issues, so welcome to MFC and to India. We'll start
When do we go live? We're not live yet with the audience, am I correct?
I think we are.
Okay, good. Great.
I will start in a couple of minutes. Exactly.
Okay, no worries.
We just saw a lovely video. I don't know if you were past MFCs. So seeing pictures of
yeah, it was very nice.
Different participants and over the years. So this time we're taking, we'll take a snapshot of the screen towards the end.
Okay, great.
So it'll go in the video next year. Okay, I think we'll start. I'm very happy to welcome Professor Frederic Mishkin. His research focuses on monetary and regulatory policy and their impact on the economy, as well as on financial markets. With a PhD from MIT, he has taught at many Ivy Leagues. His current affiliation is Columbia Business School and NBER. He has been associated with the US Fed, other policy bodies and central banks in many capacities. He has more than 200 articles and 20 books and is and has been on the boards of several major journals. His exemplary career combines academics and policy making, demonstrating how the two can fertilize each other, especially in macroeconomics. He was part of the early stage development of inflation targeting, which is now adopted by a majority of central banks. Especially relevant for us in emerging markets are his many articles on and sage advice to emerging markets in his role as a global advisor. After COVID-19, as inflation rises in the US, what the Fed will do and what the spillovers will be for the rest of the world is a topic of intense debate. We very much look forward to Professor Mishkin's talk on the COVID crisis and the economy. Should be economies, perhaps.
Yes.
So you have 40 minutes, Professor Mishkin, then the floor will be open for questions.
Great. So it's a great pleasure to be here. I'm sorry that I'm not in India. It's one of my favorite countries to visit. To give you an idea, the first time I visited India was in 1969, so quite a number of years ago. And one thing, of course, that makes me love India is the food. That when people are vegetarians in the United States, the food is just awful. The one place I can be a vegetarian is India because the vegetarian food is so spectacularly good. The curries are fantastic. So let me talk about the COVID crisis and the economy. And I'm going to focus on the US because it's really the center of the world macroeconomy. And what we're going to do is we're going to see that we're going to actually, let me see if I can get this to work. There we go. Let me just outline what we're going to talk about. The first thing I want to talk about is the function of financial markets and why, because we're going to see that when you try to understand what happened to COVID to the economy, we must understand financial crises. And in fact, we're going to discuss a theory of financial crises. And then we're actually going to talk about the global financial crisis and actually talk about how it evolved versus the COVID crisis, which I'm going to argue was really another test case for policy to actually prevent financial crisis. It was an incipient financial crisis. A disaster could have occurred. In many ways, it was more dangerous than the global financial crisis, but we'll see that we got lucky, that the sequence was global financial crisis first, then COVID. And we'll talk about that. And then we'll talk about policy actions during both crises. And that will tee us up. I'm not going to do this in the talk. If you want to talk about what's happening today, it'll actually lead us to many of those issues that we can discuss in Q&A. So first, to talk about the function of financial markets, the basic idea here is that financial markets are actually critical to the economy. The way I think of this and the way I teach it to my students is that you have to think of the financial markets as the brain of the economy. They're what coordinates allocation of capital. And if they do it well, by taking money from the so-called lenders, savers, and actually give it to people who need to borrow, who are the borrower spenders, if it does it well, the economy functions very well. And actually, this is very important to economic growth. If you want to be rich, you've got to do this right. And we're going to see that financial crises are a case where however well you're doing, you could be doing very well in your financial markets. All of a sudden, they stop working, and then you have disaster because the financial system can't allocate capital. It's like the brain basically has gone into a coma, and as a result, you have a disaster in the economy. So to understand financial crises, we have to understand the two basic concepts of asymmetric information, of moral hazard and adverse selection problems. And you're familiar with these concepts. Adverse selection occurs before the transaction is completed. So it's when you're contemplating making the deal. And moral hazard occurs after you make the deal. And adverse selection is a case where one party has adverse or hidden information and wants to do a transaction, be selected for a transaction with the less informed party. And that can create huge problems. And moral hazard is, the example of this, by the way, is think about borrowers who actually know they're not going to pay you back a loan. They're the ones that are most anxious to actually get a loan from you because they're not worried about the interest rate or anything else because they're not going to pay you back. And similarly, moral hazard occurs after the transaction is completed. And here, again, it's about asymmetric information, hidden information. But one party engages in a hidden, undesirable, it's called immoral, action that harms or is a hazard to the less informed party. And of course, this is an example of a borrower actually borrows from you. Even if they had good investment projects, they may instead take very risky investment projects that are likely to have big payoffs, but also are very likely to actually not go to fruition, and as a result, leave you holding the bag. So these two concepts are very important because the financial crisis is basically when asymmetric information, moral hazard, and adverse selection problems become much worse, and that then causes the lending to collapse and the economy to collapse. So let's talk about what a financial crisis is. Then talk about the dynamics of financial crisis in advanced economies and go through the understanding of the stages. the initial stage, which involves a whole sequence of events, and then can lead to a banking crisis. And something called debt deflation is something we're not going to discuss. That's when the price level starts to fall. That has not been a feature of recent financial crises, but was very important in understanding the Great Depression, for example. So then we're going to do two applications of this theory. One is the global financial crisis of 2007 and 2009. And then we're going to look at an application of, could the coronavirus pandemic have led to a financial crisis? And we're going to see the answer is absolutely yes. And then the question is going to be, why didn't we have a major crisis in COVID? So what is a financial crisis? A financial crisis is defined as a disruption of information flows. So the financial markets can't do that job that I showed in that graphic of actually getting money from people who have excess savings to people who have good investment opportunities. And when that happens, lending collapses and basically economic activity collapses with it. And so we're going to look at the dynamics of financial crises in terms of the first stage. And the theory is sort of pictured in this graphic, which is, it shows that the stage one, the initial phase, is where, as a result of mismanagement of liberalization or financial globalization, that you have either three things happen: deterioration in financial institutions' balance sheets, asset price declines, or an increase in uncertainty. And we'll see that that leads to adverse selection and moral hazard problems increasing. That then contracts lending, the economy goes downhill, economic activity declines, and then frequently that leads to a banking crisis, which then means that banks can't do their job of allocating funds to people who have good investment opportunities, and also everything collapses. So we're going to look at those three top items to understand them. And the first is the deterioration of financial institution balance sheets. So here, what happens is that you have losses in the banks. The capital in the banks now goes down. We frequently call this a capital crunch. As a result, the value of the bank's assets goes down. And then the only way they can basically make sure that they avoid bankruptcy and have enough capital is to actually shrink the size of the bank so their capital relative to assets is back to normal levels. The problem, of course, is that when you contract lending, you now no longer solve these asymmetric information problems, and as a result, aggregate output collapse and investment collapses. An asset price decline has, again, deleterious effects. If the net worth of firms is going down, there are two problems. One is that there's less collateral for people to grab onto if they, in fact, make you a loan. And also, you actually have less net worth. You have actually less skin in the game, and therefore you're more likely to commit moral hazard, more likely to take on risk at the lender's expense. And so as a result, you're going to then see that people don't want to lend to people. In fact, this is the adage that the only people that can borrow easily are the people that don't need the money. And that's because they have very high net worth. If net worth collapses, again, we're going to see lending collapse, and that's going to lead to a decline in investment and output. And then, of course, uncertainty is, again, just something that actually increases asymmetric information. So naturally, it increases adverse selection and moral hazard, and as a result, causes a collapse in the economy. So that's the first stage. We then see why that increases asymmetric information, increases these adverse selection and moral hazard problems. We then see why that causes a decline in economic activity. And then the problem is that this could lead to a banking crisis, because once banks actually start to get into trouble, they may start to fail. And if they start to fail or get in real trouble, they in fact actually can't do the lending that they did before. And since banks are actually special in terms of solving asymmetric information problems, it turns out that this then leads to a further collapse of spending. And that actually then can lead to even worse things happening if the price level goes down. But I'm not going to discuss that with you today. That is actually not a modern phenomenon, where in fact we very rarely see the price level fall. So let's actually now apply this analysis to the global financial crisis of 2007-2009. Understanding that GFC crisis is going to then help us understand what happened during COVID and what the appropriate policy responses are. So the initial causes of the crisis were that there was financial innovation in the mortgage markets, but unfortunately, it was something that in the long run could have been a good thing, that we can actually get people to borrow and actually lend to them safely, to what we call less qualified lenders, the so-called subprime lenders. But in fact, they didn't get that quite right. And as a result, we're going to see that there are agency problems in the mortgage markets, and that created an issue. And then we're going to see that triggering this was a boom and bust in housing prices. So if you take a look and see the sequence of events, you can see there was this huge boom in housing prices. It reached a peak in 2006. And then when there's a collapse in housing prices, all of a sudden we had big problems in the subprime mortgage markets. So the losses in the subprime mortgage markets were about $500 billion by early 2008. And by the way, the way to understand what went wrong here is what the business model was that was wrong in terms of this new subprime lending, is that there was a fatal flaw in the so-called originate to distribute model. And the originate to distribute model was that instead of going to the traditional lenders, going to banks to get mortgages, what you do is you'd actually go to a mortgage broker. They would originate the loan. They would then actually have it then go to an investment bank, and the investment bank would then bundle it together in terms of new securities. This process which is called securitization, and bundling it together, they sell off these securities. The problem here was that the originator did not have any skin in the game. So they actually just got fees. And if you get fees, you basically want to do as much business as possible. You don't worry about whether the borrower is a good borrower or not. And so this is why we had all sorts of bad loans. There's a famous acronym for loans during the period called ninja loans: no income, no job, no assets. And of course, that's not loans you ever want to make, but there were a lot of them. So the problem here is that basically a $500 billion set of losses. So normally, if you think about it, you say, let's look at the stock market in the US. In a day, a 1% drop in the stock market is way more than the $500 billion losses. Yet nothing really bad happens. The problem here, by the way, is very different because stock market marks to market every day, or every second actually, and that's not true of banks and other financial institutions. And the difficulty is that there are losses, but you don't know where they are. And so that creates a huge asymmetric information problem where in fact you can get what's called a run on the banking system. Well, in our case, we didn't have a run on the banking system in most countries because we have deposit insurance. We have a safety net for the banks. Instead, what happened was there was a classic run, but now not on the banking system, but on the so-called shadow banking system. And this is described by Gordon and Metric, which is the problem here is that these losses on subprime securities, that does two things. One is it tells you that maybe your collateral is not very, very good. The subprime securities were being used as collateral for loans. And so when you collateralize loans, the way that it's described is to say that you have to over collateralize them. You have to have a value of the assets that you can grab onto, which is more than the loan itself. So that's called a haircut. Usually it was around 5% before the crisis occurred, that you basically have to pledge $105 of subprime securities for $100 of loans. The problem here is the twofold now, which is there's losses on subprime securities. And as a result, there's people worrying about more uncertainty. Haircuts rise, they go to 50%, which means that you have to have a lot more collateral to make loans, which means you have an implosion of lending. Secondly, by the lower value of collateral also means you can do less lending. And so this results in what we call a deleveraging process, of sort of a vicious cycle of where people actually start to deleverage. That actually causes further losses in securities because of so-called fire sales. You have to get money quickly. That lowers the collateral value and higher haircuts. That causes more deleveraging, and you get into this incredibly negative spiral. And so this actually is a huge problem. And as a result, we actually have the economy doing less well, and financial institutions' balance sheets actually deteriorate. And again, that increases moral hazard and adverse selection problems along the line that we've discussed before. But also, you then sometimes have a failure of a high-profile firm in this kind of environment. And that means there's a huge increase in uncertainty. And when there's a huge increase in uncertainty, adverse selection and moral hazard problems become much worse again. And that sends you even further into this downward spiral. So the bottom line is we see that this set of factors which you talked about at the outset start the economy going downhill. Failure of major financial firms makes it even worse, and the economy goes into this downward spiral. That's what a financial crisis is all about. So in order to look at that, let's look at some data. One of the things that we want to ask is, was there a big increase in uncertainty? And absolutely, by looking at this data, you can see that we look at the VIX, which is uncertainty in the stock market, and there's quite a surge in terms of uncertainty in the markets. Interestingly, by the way, the surge does not occur when the financial crisis really starts, which is in September of 2007. It's August 2007 when the interbank lending market seizes up in terms of spreads that we're going to look at in a second. And it then goes on, it actually gets worse in Bear Stearns, but not super bad, but then really goes up like crazy during the depths of the crisis. The other thing that we see is when you have an economy going tanking like this, we have actually a collapse in asset price values. That's this net worth going down. And by the way, in all these pictures, I'm going to actually talk about three key events. The beginning of the financial crisis, which is when BNP Paribas announces that it has to close some of its hedge funds because of losses in the subprime markets. There's a seizing up of the interbank lending market. And then the Bear Stearns blow up, which occurs in March of 2008. And then finally, the big disaster, Lehman Brothers, which occurs in September of 2008. And then the market really collapses. A measure of what's problems in financial markets and the fact that there's increased asymmetric information problems is our credit spreads. And we'll look at a couple of credit spreads. The one we're going to look at most is the so-called TED spread. This is the Treasury Eurodollar spread. It tells you something about what's going on in terms of interbank markets, that all of a sudden we can see that at the beginning of the financial crisis, when BNP Paribas has its problems, that people all of a sudden say, wait a second, we don't know what's going on. There's increased risk in the interbank market. And in fact, we find that the interbank lending, the Eurodollar interest rate shoots up relative to Treasury rates. And then you get a big spike, which occurs in September of 2007. It goes along, and then we see that it goes up again in Bear Stearns, comes back down again, and then really shoots up to astronomical levels once Bear Stearns actually falls apart. So this is actually telling you exactly when the financial system is under stress. Let me not go into this because we don't have a lot of time, but we can look at other spreads as well. But the first phase of the crisis is it basically looks like it's settled down. By the summer of 2008, it looked like the crisis was contained, that the TED spreads, you can see, were not that high. And in fact, what's interesting was that what happened inside central banks. So my last FOMC meeting was in August of 2008, when I was on the board of governors, when I was a governor of the Federal Reserve. And it was interesting, the discussion there was, some people said, the FOMC participants around the table, they said, look, things have calmed down. It's a year after the initial problems. We think we have this under control. And really what we now have to worry about is high inflation, which was actually quite high at the time. And we need to think about raising rates. Actually amazing that they were talking about raising rates just before the disaster. At that meeting, I actually got up and said, in one of the, I've been actually studying financial crises for a very long time. I started work on this actually in a paper that came out of my PhD thesis on the household balance sheet in the Great Depression, which was published in 1978. And then actually did research later on financial crises in general, actually looking at financial crisis in the United States from 1857 at that time to the 1987 stock market crash. The paper was well before the financial crisis. So I'd always been interested in this. And one of the things I actually said at the meeting was, don't be complacent. If you look at the Great Depression history, actually the crisis didn't really get virulent until a year after the initial shock of the stock market crash. And in fact, something similar happened here. So to show you this, I'm going to have a great economist explain what happened during the financial crisis. You're in India, you may not know these cartoons. These are Roadrunner cartoons. I don't know if any of you ever see the Roadrunner cartoons, but this is Wile E. Coyote. And he's a famous economist because he's being chased, he's dealing with the Roadrunner who always wants to eat. And he actually has the Roadrunner chasing him. And here's what happens to him. And this is exactly what happened in the financial crisis. He thinks he's safe. So this is very nonlinear, and that's exactly what happened. That the first phase, we see that how it transpired, but then you get a shock that sends you over the cliff, and all of a sudden the economy becomes incredibly nonlinear. That's Wile E. Coyote, who always ends up over the cliff, looks up and thinks he's fine, and then looks down and boom, he crashes and blows up. So we want to talk about what then happened in terms of the crisis. The crisis, basically, the kaboom, is actually Lehman Brothers. So Lehman Brothers blows up. It's frequently viewed as the key event leading to the global financial meltdown. But I would actually want to argue that by itself, it would not have done nearly the damage that many people think. It was a seminal event. But it turns out that there are three other things that happened immediately after Lehman Brothers went broke that actually may have been more important. And one was that AIG collapsed. And why did AIG collapse? Because they were taking huge risks. In fact, they were conducting something very similar to a carry trade, where you book premiums, but then actually have big risk because you're actually guaranteeing debt contracts, in this case, bonds. And of course, when Lehman Brothers went broke, that meant that they now had to actually pay off on these contracts. And AIG actually looked like it was going to go under. It didn't, because it got rescued by the Treasury and the Federal Reserve. They actually lent over $125 billion just to prop up this particular firm. The second issue is a run on the Preserve Primary Fund. This was the first mutual fund. And in fact, it was sort of ironic that it was the first money market mutual fund that was invented. And in fact, the problem was that they were supposed to only invest in very, very solid assets, treasury securities. Instead, they actually used investments in Lehman Brothers and subprime securities. And of course, when that blew up, people then realized that the collateral behind the money market funds was no longer good, and they ran on the money market funds. So it was a classic bank run. And in fact, something we call breaking the buck, that you no longer could actually write a check for $1,000 on your money market mutual fund account and expect there would be $1,000 there. And then finally, there was this issue that the U.S. Treasury really botched the initial phases in terms of dealing with the crisis, because the Treasury brought forward a bill that was basically asking for $700 billion, which was with only 3 pages of notes to give to the Congress, and said, just give me $700 billion and trust us. And the Congress then voted this troubled asset release, this TARP program down. And as a result, people no longer can count on the government as a backstop. And of course, that then means that there's a disaster. So why were these three events so important? Well, first of all, the fact that AIG occurred and the run on primary reserve primary fund realized that it wasn't just risk in terms of subprime markets and Lehman Brothers. It was actually endemic in terms of the entire system. The entire system was basically taking huge risks. It was now revealed. And also then, when this TARP was not passed, it weakened confidence in the ability of the government to deal with the crisis. And in fact, it was only 2 weeks later that the TARP was actually passed by the government, and that was a disaster. And you're going to see this is important to understand why, because in this case, everybody learned a lesson. They realized how bad it was, that they couldn't make these kind of mistakes, and you have a very, very different policy response during COVID than you had during the global financial crisis. So let's actually turn to COVID and look at the COVID crisis. So here's the, so here's just the same data that you can see, all the same data telling you about how this thing escalated. One of the interesting things to look at here, by the way, is if you look around the Lehman Brothers bankruptcy, you see that there's the shoot up of the TED spread that occurs when the Lehman bankruptcy occurs. But actually, if you look closely at the data, it actually receded. The spread starts to come back down. And that's exactly my point, which is that if there wasn't further problems in the markets, it may have been that this was not a disaster. It's only when AIG goes belly up and the Reserve Primary Fund goes belly up that we see this huge increase in the spreads to the peak. And then, of course, with the failure of TARP to be initially passed. And of course, that's the disaster. So the impact of the world economy, there's a collapse in world GDP growth, credit spreads widened, and that raises the cost of borrowing directly. That means we're going to have lower aggregate demand. Economies are going to go into recession. The decline in collateral values and deterioration of balance sheets means there's less information. There's more asymmetric information, and that also lowers aggregate demand through the collapse of lending. And so the question we want to ask ourselves is, well, there was a disaster in the GFC. Could there have been a disaster because of COVID? And in fact, the answer is very much yes. And let's look at some of the data, which is similar to the data we looked at before. Look at the VIX. VIX goes up like crazy. Basically, I remember that towards the end of February, we didn't think COVID was a big deal. Within 2 weeks, it was a disaster. And in fact, it was the WHO declared the COVID as a pandemic in March of 2014. So it literally was a couple of week period where we now realize that things were very bad, and VIX shoots through the roof. But what's important you're going to see is that it comes back down much quicker than it did in the other example. We have a huge collapse of the stock market, a 35% decline in asset prices. Again, notice how quickly it recovers. And then the TED spread, again, shoots up like crazy, but in contrast to the previous episode of the GFC, comes back down very quickly. And we're going to talk about why that happened. And finally, this is again the BAA Treasury spread. So could this have led to a financial crisis? Absolutely, yes. In fact, from a point of view of uncertainty and the shock, this in many ways was worse because we have some understanding of financial crisis. We had no understanding of what this pandemic could do to us. And in fact, we're still scared out of our minds. So we now have a new variant that's creating a lot of uncertainty. So if you look at the data that we just looked at, all the factors leading to up to a financial crisis occurred. The stock market crash. We see healthy firms are struggling at this point, and that could lead to bad loans and deterioration of financial institutions' balance sheets. There's huge uncertainty because of a virus. And also we saw the credit spreads went up like crazy, just as they did during the GFC. So this really looks like we could have had a financial crisis. To understand why we didn't have a financial crisis of COVID, we also want to understand why we didn't have a depression from the global financial crisis. And this is where we have a lot of luck, because the luck is that it turns out one of the people who, the few economists who really understood financial crisis, Ben Bernanke, ends up as chair of the Fed. And actually, I think he had some help. I had done a lot of work on financial crisis. Ben and I have been close friends for over 40 years. We've done a lot of research together. In fact, my paper on the Great Depression was one of the papers that actually stimulated Ben to write his famous paper in 1983 on non-monetary causes of the Great Depression, focusing on these asymmetric information problems. And so we did have some people inside the Fed who basically understood financial crisis. By the way, most people did not. Most of the economics profession did not. So wonderful quote from Ben. He's at a conference which is honoring Milton Friedman for his 90th birthday. And Ben is a governor of the Federal Reserve at the time. And he says, regarding the Great Depression, you're right. We're referring to Friedman and Schwartz, their famous book. We did it. We're very sorry, but thanks to you, we won't do it again. And then luckily, he's the guy that's going to make sure we don't do it again. So there's a bunch of policy responses. I can't go into all these in great detail, but there was aggressive Fed actions. We'll see that the Fed lowered interest rates at a very rapid rate, at a very different pattern from the usual style of operation. And in fact, we can go into it, but it's even more effective than people recognize, and some research that I focused on this. And then there was this so-called non-conventional monetary policy, which involves either liquidity provision, asset purchases, of course, these so-called quantitative easing, and also management of expectations, frequently referred to as forward guidance, which has been very much part of Fed policy in recent years. So there are also other things that were helpful too. There was expansionary fiscal policy. This huge debate on whether it was effective. It took a long time to implement, but I actually think that it's more effective than some people realize. Modern monetary theory actually now looks at the so-called, what used to be called the zero lower bound, but now is referred to as the effective lower bound, because you can be slightly below zero, that when the short-term interest rates, the policy interest rates hit a floor of zero, it turns out that fiscal policy is even more effective than it otherwise would be. So fiscal policy is also part of the picture, although I would argue that central bank actions are even more important. So let's actually look at policy, and you can look at policy in the two episodes. Look at the case of the federal funds rate. The Fed actually did something that was very unusual during the GFC. It rapidly dropped the federal funds rate from over 5% basically down to close to zero. However, it's much slower than it did it in the COVID crisis. You can see that during the COVID crisis, it did this incredibly rapidly. that there were a huge number of lending facilities that were put into place. The way actually, I was there at the Fed at the time that this was done. It took about 18 months to get them all implemented. The idea here was that the Fed really wasn't sure how to do this, so they would try a lending facility out. If it didn't work, they would then actually try another one. So my view of the way this was done was it was like throwing things against the wall and seeing if they stuck. If they stuck, you keep on doing it. If they don't stick, you try something new. It was a little bit better than that because it was done in an intelligent way. So it was basically smart throwing things against the wall. And you can see that there were a whole set of facilities set up. It took about 18 months. Critically, you can also see that then when we get to COVID, they do exactly the same thing. And in fact, then create a whole set of new facilities. And in fact, instead of taking 18 months, they do it in 2 weeks. So that's extraordinary and showing how fast that they did this. And so these, and in fact, I'm very happy to share these to the conference organizers if they want people, if people would like to see these slides. Quantitative easing, you can see the first phase, they more than tripled actually during the whole period. They quadrupled the size of the balance sheet. And again, they do it again even faster during the COVID crisis. Very important, by the way, to understand that this quantitative easing is a really terrible name. The fact that the Fed actually buys assets and expands the balance sheet is not the key. So if the Fed bought treasury bills, which is what the Bank of Japan did for years, it has no effect on the economy. And the reason is that you can't drive rates even lower. What is really important was that they were buying long-term bonds and also buying private securities like mortgage-backed securities. In fact, the idea here was to change the term premiums and credit spreads between these longer term securities and the short-term interest rate, which effectively was at zero. And in fact, this is why Ben Bernanke always called it credit easing, not quantitative easing. He always said it's because we're affecting credit and credit markets. And that's the right way to look at this. It's not the actual expansion of the balance sheet per se. The expansion of the balance sheet is actually a symptom of, or something, a follow-up of what actually you're trying to do, which is actually to try to affect the credit markets. And these programs are very effective. There's a lot of research on this. The research indicates that these asset purchases lowered long-term rates by about 50 to 100 basis points, which is a very large move. But again, it's only effective because it was really credit easing. So let's look at, and as a result, we didn't have a depression. So Ben helped save the world. But now let's ask, why did the coronavirus pandemic didn't lead to a financial crisis? Why did we actually see just a couple of very bad months and then a very, very rapid recovery? And the answer here is that we got lucky. How did we get lucky? It's lucky that the sequence was that we had the GFC before COVID. And why was that important? It was important because, number one, the Federal Reserve had just actually played a war game. They had learned what to do when financial markets seize up along the lines that they did during the GFC. And they could just bring out the same tools, the same weaponry to basically make sure the credit markets function. And in fact, they did this incredibly fast. They resurrected the GFC lending programs by March 14th. I think it was actually March 11th that the pandemic was declared. But at the end of February, people were not talking about a pandemic. So within 2 weeks, they basically got things rolling. And within 1 week of a pandemic being declared, and instead of taking a long time, a year and a half to develop them. They cut the federal funds rate even faster. I showed you that. And also they created a whole set of new programs to lend to non-financial institutions, small businesses, corporations, state and local governments. The way I like to think of this is, this was a GFC lending on steroids. They even extended it, again, because of this experience of the past. And then finally, the Congress passed legislation, instead of screwing it up by turning down TARP and taking a long time to pass expansionary fiscal policy, they did it within 2 weeks. It was really, really extraordinary. Even more extraordinary, because you're not as aware of this, but the partisanship in US Congress right now is absolutely horrific. It's the worst we've ever seen in the United States, maybe except before the US Civil War in the 1850s. And yet, in this case, within 2 weeks, they actually passed a bill, a $2 trillion bill. So this explains why the performance of the economy is so much better during the coronavirus pandemic. You can see this, that here is basically the unemployment rate shot up and comes back down. In fact, it's now even lower than this this graph shows. That you can see that the effect on the inflation, it really did not cause inflation. In fact, this is actually important. A lot of people think that quantitative easing, active Fed actions automatically cause inflation, not if there's a big negative demand shock. And that's exactly what happened here. Indeed, we did not see inflation go up during the GFC. In fact, it actually fell negative for a period of time. And similarly, we did not see a lot of inflation in the initial phase. And my view is that both the Fed and the Congress did exactly the right thing by hugely expansionary policies starting in March of 2020, when they were faced by a potential depression and global financial crisis. So I'm not going to spend a lot of time in the aftermath, because maybe we'll talk about that during the Q&A. But actually, has there been a problem lately? And I would argue very much yes. The government then passed another fiscal stimulus bill, $1.9 trillion spending bill in early 2021. And in fact, I think this was a very bad bill. There were very strong reasons why it was about more than double what was needed. Had provisions which basically made it more likely that people would stop searching for jobs. And furthermore, that was with the situation which I think would lead to another aggregate demand shock, which is that people couldn't spend during the crisis. So I'm somebody who is a foodie. I love food. It's one of the reasons I love India is because I love the food. And I couldn't eat out for 18 months. And as soon as that I got vaccinated, I started going to restaurants like crazy. So it turns out that most Americans' financial balance sheets were better off after the COVID, that people had a huge amount of savings tucked away. What did they do? They started spending. And then the US government increased spending by way too much. And then also, I think the Fed has made some serious mistakes by actually accommodating this, by keeping monetary policy much too easy. And again, I want to stop so that we can have our Q&A. So we basically had a situation of very large demand shock. The way the Fed has talked about this is they said, oh, inflation is going to go back down because really the inflation is higher because of the so-called negative supply shock, the fact of the supply chain disruptions. But that ignored the fact that there was a very large positive active demand shock, both from pent-up demand and also from this expansionary fiscal policy. And so in that context, I think the Fed has gotten behind the curve. So why don't I stop here and that actually open this up to Q&A, and I'm happy to talk to you about whatever you want to talk about in the last 20 minutes or so.
Thank you. It is really nice to see such a well-reasoned explanation for why a large sort of liquidity infusion or helps in preventing a crisis. Because I think what has been happening is that we've had so much of this after the GFC, that people now are worried about too much liquidity. And so one mostly hears that in India, especially, this is similar. We had very timely kind of infusion very quickly when COVID struck, but we've not, it's not because of continuing uncertainty, and we haven't had the kind of fiscal stimulus. Therefore, we've not sort of withdrawn it, but inflation is much lower than the US and within our tolerance band, but people are worried because some parts of inflation are still. But one question I had was that, I'll just start before taking up the questions are just coming in, so I'll have a look. That this last decade after the GFC, there were a lot of negative spillovers for emerging markets. There was a Euro bond, there was the Fed, the taper with Ben Bernanke. So could things have been better managed in that respect? Would some faster, how could this have been? Was it due to too much liquidity creation, or was it due to something else that something could have been done about this?
So I actually think that the answer is the problem in the initial crisis is the Fed might have done a great job, but not good enough. It could have done even more. It was a little bit slow. I actually took that view when I was on the board, that I actually took a position in the FOMC that we were behind the curve and needed to go even faster. I did that in December of 2007. Actually, there's interesting dynamics there that I wanted to dissent from the policy, which I did not feel was aggressive enough. But if a board member, governor dissents, it's a very big deal in the US. And it would actually look like I was not supporting the chairman, who I definitely did support. So in fact, one of the things that people have said, oh, the Fed, the US is increasing all this liquidity during the GFC, and that's actually going to cause the US dollar to depreciate, and therefore that's a problem for us. I think that actually is not correct thinking. This was also the discussion of so-called currency wars and things of that sort. The issue here is that if the US didn't take these actions, so when a central bank takes actions to actually stabilize the economy and the world economy, by the way, that actually, even if it creates an issue for you that the US dollar is depreciating, your currency is appreciating, it's still, you're far better off than them not doing this, and the whole world economy collapses. So I actually think that kind of thinking is very problematic. The one issue I think currently with the increase of US liquidity is that this does spill over to the rest of the world. It could potentially create an inflation problem for you in India, not because of what you're doing, but because of what we're doing. So if a policy actually during the GFC, we needed very expansionary policy, and we needed to keep it up for a long time because inflation actually fell below our inflation target. So basically, that was a serious problem. We're now in a situation where the inflation target has been breached by a very, very large amount. We can discuss, I think people want to discuss more about what I think Fed's policy mistakes are. I'm very happy to do that and talk about why I've been very critical of the Fed over the last year in my public pronouncements on it. But it now is actually a case where the US doing this very expansionary policy, I think, is a problem for other countries. And that's because it's not good policy for the US. So the bottom line is that people talking about currency war, immediately after the GFC, they got that completely wrong. Yes, it created some issues for them because their exchange rates were appreciating and they didn't like it. But on the other hand, much worse is if the US stopped buying their goods. And that's what would have happened if we didn't do what we needed to do.
Yeah, there are a couple of questions on why there was no crisis after COVID, apart from what you have said. They're saying that maybe financial institutions were in a better shape. The housing market was not overheated. Would you agree with that?
Yes, I definitely would agree with that. So one of the successes of the aftermath of the GFC is that we changed our regulatory structure that making all these bag loans is not easy. In fact, it's gotten so difficult. I just actually tried to get a mortgage loan on a property that I own, and I got turned down. And I was shocked because I have more money than I ever needed. It was just basically I wanted to refi to get a lower interest rate on this small mortgage. The conditions so tight that the banks, the good news for that is the banks are actually very healthy. And so we're much better able to withstand this kind of shock. So yes, absolutely, that was true. However, if we did not do what we did in terms of March 2020, the shock could have been so large that even though the banks were extremely good shape, that they still would have taken too big a hit. And so that would have been exactly the kind of issue of what we have sometimes in these stress tests that can create some issues.
Now, the other set of questions seem to be about that the Fed acted very wisely in 20, but it's not acting so wisely now in 21. So what is your view on the governance, or how can
it's not so much governance, but I'm going to be quite critical of the Fed and of Jay Powell. I think Jay did an extraordinary job, and the Fed did an extraordinary job in March of 2020, and they deserve huge amounts of credit for that. There's sort of, in the past year, I think that the Fed has made some serious mistakes. And as I say, I think also the Biden administration has made some serious mistakes. But to be honest with you, the central banks should be of a higher calling. politicians make mistakes because it's in their self-interest to make those mistakes. They want to have expansionary policy, frequently just too expansionary. I'm sure you deal with the same issues in India as we deal in the US on this issue. But the Fed should have known better. So here are the three mistakes that I think that the Fed has made. The first mistake is that the Federal Reserve accepted the view that the Phillips curve is dead, that they didn't have to worry about operating in a high pressure economy. And in fact, I did research on this issue for the US Monetary Policy Forum, which I co-direct, which several years ago, which said that that actually is a very dangerous thinking, because what we showed in our research is that the Phillips curve would be very flat, actually would not respond much to slack in the economy, only if the Fed actually does its job properly of heading off incipient inflation and being proactive. And in fact, the way we described it is the Phillips curve is not dead, it's hibernating and could come back again if in fact the Fed doesn't do its job well. So one problem is that they basically felt that they could just keep on pushing employment higher and not have negative inflation consequences. That's problem number one. Number two is they talked only about the negative supply shock, but there was a huge aggregate demand shock, positive aggregate demand shock. And that means that the inflation was not going to be that temporary. It was going to be much more permanent. So again, I think there was bad thinking. There's a third issue, which is a policy that I actually approved of very strongly and written in favor of and research in favor of to move from what we call flexible inflation targeting to flexible average inflation targeting, which is instead of shooting for a point target of 2%, you want to average 2% over a period of years. That actually is a very good policy. It has very nice expectations dynamics. A lot of reasons I can go into why it really makes a lot of sense. The problem is that the Fed has not actually been specific enough about this. And this is a general problem under Jay Powell, which is the Fed has not been very transparent and is not nearly as transparent as it needs to be, both on its forward guidance, which again, I've done research saying that the Fed needs to explain how it will react to future events. It was very poor at doing that. And also very poor in terms of actually not describing what average inflation targeting really is. When you average, if you don't talk about a horizon over the average, the period over which you average, it doesn't mean anything. So if you actually say, I want a 2% average, but the horizon, we average over 50 years, it means that if inflation is above 2%, you don't have to worry about it, right? That's exactly what they did. And in fact, I was very, very critical of them, very disappointed in this. They needed to specify that the average was over 5 years of business cycle, like the Australians do it. The Australians say it should be averaged 2.5% over the business cycle. The Fed didn't do any of that. So they've never been willing to talk about how high inflation should go and how temporary it should be. And so this is actually terrible because it weakens the actual nominal anchor. And there actually are reasons to suspect that inflation expectations are getting unanchored now. So that's sort of those three combinations with overexpansion and fiscal policy is very bad. Now the Fed, to its credit, is now finally realizing that they've blown it, and and they are talking about it's going to happen today. They're going to taper faster. They're going to talk about raising rates faster, but they're behind the curve. And the danger could be that they get so behind the curve that we have the 60s and 70s again. So the way I describe this is that you guys may not remember this, but we all wore bell-bottom pants in that period of time. I don't know if they did in India, did in the US. So there's a fear that could we get bell-bottoms back again? The answer is, I think it's unlikely because the Fed is not going to make the disastrous mistakes they made in the 1970s. But on the other hand, I think that it's going to mean that the Fed eventually will have much more inflation than they wanted, and will have to raise rates by more than they otherwise would. And that's very bad for the economy.
Yeah, there are a series of some questions about fiscal monetary coordination. Professor Mishra is asking that is the lesson that.
Oh, can you, Shima, can you talk a little bit louder? I couldn't hear you.
Yeah, questions about monetary and fiscal coordination.
Shima, you have to go closer to the microphone. I'm having trouble hearing you. Just talk louder.
Yeah, fiscal monetary coordination. Does the fisc have to respond immediately? Should the fisc respond immediately?
Yeah, Ashima, unfortunately, I don't know if it's happening with other people, but you're going in and out on me. I'm having trouble understanding it. It's actually not your speaking loud. There's some problem with your connection, I think. So maybe try again.
Okay, fiscal monetary coordination. Maybe you can have a look at the chart yourself. If you would like to. Can you hear me now?
I could only hear the beginning that you said about fiscal, monetary fiscal policy coordination. So let me talk about that. I couldn't hear you. But clearly, that you always need to coordinate. And in fact, in this case, the problem here, it's a little bit difficult because central banks really can't tell the fiscal authorities what to do. And they shouldn't. There's a big problem for central banks going forward in the future, which is that after this COVID crisis, the central banks are now involved, particularly the Fed, is involved in markets which it's never been involved in before, and private markets. That's very dangerous. You really don't want them to basically to go too outside their basic mandates. There's also a lot of pressure on central banks to add new mandates to them, which I think are terrible ideas. The monetary policy cannot solve income inequality. Monetary policy cannot solve climate change. Those are, to me, very, very important issues we need to deal with. But that's what our politicians have to deal with, not the central bank. It's very, very dangerous to have the central bank get into areas that it shouldn't. So this really, the Federal Reserve can't basically tell the fiscal authorities what to do. Behind the scenes, they can. I think that they were probably not, Jay Powell, I don't think, was telling them to Biden to have a smaller than a $1.9 trillion package. I think that was a mistake, but in public, they couldn't do much about it. However, one of the things the central bank does need to do is to say that if the fiscal authorities do the wrong thing, we're not going to accommodate it. And in fact, that was done in this case. So I think the mistake here, again, is that the Fed basically kept pursuing very expansionary policy in the face of overly expansionary fiscal policy. So in that sense, if there was coordination, it was the wrong kind of coordination. Shiva, I can't hear you at all. I literally don't hear you at all. I can't hear you, I'm sorry.
Crypto, can you hear me now? Cryptocurrency?
I can hear you now, yeah. Yes.
Cryptocurrencies?
I can hear you now.
About cryptocurrencies, your views on cryptocurrencies.
Again, all I could hear was two currencies.
Crypto.
I'm sorry, I'm just not hearing you as well as I would like.
Okay. Maybe you could see the chat box yourself. There are a lot of questions in the chat
Okay,
box.
no, actually, by the Ashima, whatever you just did, now I can hear you.
Okay. Well, there are a lot of questions about cryptocurrencies. You know, in India, we are thinking of a bill. So what is your view on that? Should it be regulated, banned?
So it turns out that this is, I'm not an expert on this. And in fact, at our next US Monetary Policy Forum in February, we're going to have a panel on cryptocurrencies. And I'll probably be able to answer your question much better when I've seen that panel.
Right. I think it's just a hot topic. But let's go back to the fiscal monetary issue. Because I think that in India, or after the GFC, you did not have the fiscal response that was required. Like TAP was delayed. In India, we have a problem, high debt and so on. So do you think that where you don't have that much fiscal support, you need to continue with monetary accommodation for longer? So how do you decide an exit time? Because there are people who are worried there's so much liquidity. How are you going to take this back?
Yeah, so I think that this is always a problem. This is a frequently problem for developing economies. They don't have the fiscal space that advanced economies have. And the US, by the way, has even more fiscal space than others because it's a reserve currency. Everybody uses the dollar. So the problem here is that for developing economies, they can sustain debt to GDP ratios, which are much, much lower than you see in advanced economies. And so that means that in a crisis, they are actually going to have much less ability to use fiscal policy to deal with the crisis. My view is that's exactly why you then need monetary policy to come in. It may not be the most desirable way of doing it because you'd like to use both. But I think some people have said, well, it's terrible to have the central bank do the expansionary policy because it's artificial, it keeps rates at too low a level. My view is I don't agree with that. My view is that if the economy is basically too weak, if inflation is too low, the central bank's job is to keep the economy at full employment and also keep the inflation at 2% or whatever target level you have. And if the fiscal policy is not optimal, you still need to do it. And so this was a criticism that people made during the GFC. Some people made exactly the same criticism in March of 2020. I thought they were dead wrong. The problem now is that that we're not in a situation where unemployment is too high, but probably too low given what's happened in labor markets, and inflation is way too high. So this is a case which is a very different environment right now. And the argument for the Fed to be tighter is that they're not doing the job the way that they need to do the job in order to control inflation. And that's the big problem.
What is your view on the taper? Because people here are worried in emerging markets in general that as the Fed exits, if they announce faster withdrawal, then you'll see a lot of outflows from emerging markets. Repeat what happened in 2000.
So, the problem always for emerging markets is the following, which is you're like the ant in the room with the elephant. And when the elephant moves, boy, you can get squashed. And to be very frank, when the U.S. monetary policy is decided upon, when you sit inside around the big table at the FOMC, the discussion is never about how can we help India, how can we help Mexico or help any other country. It's always about what is the right policy for the United States of America. And actually, I don't think that's a terrible policy because the bottom line is we're so important that stabilizing the US does stabilize the rest of the world. But it creates a huge problem when your economies are out of sync with what's happening in the U.S. economy. So that in the context of emerging markets, when U.S. is pursuing expansionary policy, and you're also in a situation where your inflation is too low and output is too low, then actually you shouldn't worry about the fact that if the U.S. dollar is going down, you should then actually just pursue more expansionary policy. So the rupee doesn't go up, and in fact that was sort of part of the mistake that was made during the currency war discussion by countries during this period. So, however, there are times when in fact your situation is different from the U.S., and then if the U.S. is doing what's good for the U.S., it's going to be bad for you. This is just life. I think what it says is that emerging market economies have to frequently protect themselves, recognize that they can't do anything about the US, it's going to do whatever it's going to do. And if the policy is not what you want, you have to make sure that your financial system, for example, can withstand that.
Right, and to be able to absorb shocks and do something countercyclical.
And exactly right. And you have to.
An issue, when Ben Bernanke announced it led to the taper tantrum, but later on, Janet Yellen raised rates because she did it in sync with employment and markets were calm. Nothing happened. There was no big reaction from financial markets. So better communication. I think that's a lesson perhaps the Fed has learned, that if you but currently this sharp inflation is again creating an issue that will they have to withdraw faster. Right.
So I think that the issue of tapering, the Fed did learn a lesson about how not to do that. And in this case, I think that the Fed has been much better at telegraphing what it plans to do in terms of tapers and how it links to monetary policy. So, for example, that we are having an FOMC meeting that's going to be announced today at 2:15 in the United States, at 2 o'clock in the United States. The Fed has clearly signaled that it's going to increase the rapidity of the taper, and it's going to actually raise rates sooner. So I think that the Fed is now starting to communicate much better than it did in the past year. So my criticisms of Jay Powell were that the Fed basically said we're going to keep interest rate at 0, and no matter what happens, we're not going to tell you what we're going to do. That I think was a big mistake. And again, not communicating well about their new average inflation targeting policy, again, was a very big mistake. The Fed's doing better lately, but still, there are problems in this regard but I think that the problems now are just that policy got behind the curve, not that they didn't communicate well enough about the taper.
Okay, so we are exactly at 9. If you're willing to spend a little more time, there are more questions in the box.
I can spend a few more minutes. I'm happy to do so.
Okay, so one big worry is that, this is a question I have actually, that the way the Fed has announced, it does not reduce its balance sheet. It lets the securities, as the term gets over and so on, and slowly it will shrink. But in India, the Reserve Bank did expand its balance sheet, normally does not. So liquidity is about 11 lakh crores.
Ashim, I'm sorry, I can't understand the last bit. I got the first part.
Liquidity is high in India, and the market expects that this should be withdrawn instantly. They don't expect an expansion, accept an expansion in the Reserve Bank's balance sheet. So why is there this difference between the US? They are able to keep their balance sheet expanded without it, and in fact, they regard that as good for calm.
Yeah, so I think that I don't really know enough about the India's monetary policy and India's financial markets, unfortunately. I think the issue here in the US context is severalfold. One is the initial taper, they could do it very slowly because they changed their policy in terms of how they actually conducted monetary policy to being one where they needed a lot of excess reserves. That's a very different policy than existed before 2006, where in fact excess reserves were at minuscule levels, and that's the way they operated monetary policy. And in fact, there was a period where they started to taper, and in fact, they tapered too much, even though they slowed decline, that actually there weren't sufficient reserves, even though the amount of excess reserves was 1,000 times what it was before. The change in monetary policy actually, the actual execution of monetary policy, the whole procedures changed sufficiently that they actually needed to, instead of having $1 trillion of balance sheet, they needed $4 trillion. So, and that's actually meant that they could go much slower. So this has to do with the detail of going from a policy of having very little excess reserves, where it was a privilege, not a right, to borrow at the discount window from the Federal Reserve, and the change to now being a right, and a system where, in fact, the main tool no longer is open market operations, but is the interest rate that they pay on excess reserves. So there was a really major change here, and I think that explains very much why the U.S. policies worked the way they did.
Okay, I think it's the same thing here, but markets don't understand this.
Ashima, please talk very, very closely and very loud.
Markets don't understand this. It's the same issue here, because this excess liquidity is absorbed in the reverse repo. It's not really creating money supply or adding to demand.
I'm sorry, I just couldn't hear. Your connection has some problems, so that's why I'm having trouble.
These computer people had come, I'll ask them to check it.
Okay.
In any case, then there's a question about inequality. Have these policies created asset bubbles and inequality? The rich are getting richer.
Yeah, so I actually think that income inequality is one of the biggest problems that the U.S. faces going forward. In some ways, it actually may have been more serious than climate change. Climate change is a world problem, but and the reason I say this is because it's creating horrendous politics in the United States. I've never seen anything like what we're seeing in the United States. Our democracy, by the way, is under threat right now in the U.S., which is a very, very scary type situation. And I think a lot of it is about income inequality, and particularly educational inequality. So that if you're highly educated, the group that is sitting at this meeting, you're all highly educated. And this is a worldwide problem. Highly educated people are doing extremely well. And if you don't have education, you're in deep trouble. And so this has been a big, huge problem. And it's a very hard problem to solve, by the way, because it's throwing money at education is just not solving it by itself. It actually requires good policies, and there's issues about teachers' unions and whether they're doing the right thing or not. It's issues about what's going on in families and family structure. It's very, very complicated. And you, of course, know this very well because it's been a big problem in India, just as it is in the United States. So I consider the income inequality to be hugely important, and also tears at the fabric of what the U.S. has always been about. So the U.S. has always been a country which actually has had reasonably high income inequality, but within generations, but not across generations. So the issue always was that my children will be more successful than me. If they work hard, they can get rich. And in fact, frequently they did. My family is a classic example of this. My grandfather came to the United States, was something that's called a peddler. He would actually carry things on his back door to door to sell them. And he never, and my father grew up very, very poor. And then my father was a successful businessman. He went to City University in New York for free and got an education and became very successful as a businessman. And then I'm the third generation, I'm the scholar. So this is a classic pattern. The problem is that that ability to move up the ranks over generations is actually now worse in the United States than it is in many other countries. And that creates huge political problems because you get very bad policies. If you look at Venezuela, one of the reasons Venezuela ended up a disaster was it was a rich country which had very high income inequality and then got fights between an elite that basically stole for themselves, and then they got another elite, which is Maduro and his crowd and Chavez, and they basically, their elites then also stole everything. So it's a disaster, and of course it's a huge problem, and one that India, of course, has as well as the US. So on the other hand, what can the central bank do about it? I think that it's not the central bank's job to solve these problems. Now, it is true that central bank policies can affect income inequality. One of the things we've seen is that the Fed's very low interest rate policy, very expansionary policies have been very good for asset markets. And that means that anybody that owns stocks has done extremely well, me included. That creates a lot of inequality. So my financial situation is much, much better than it was before COVID. And also highly educated people work through Zoom. So all of us are able to keep our jobs. So I was earning the same amount of money. My assets were going up in value, and I didn't have to commute or spend or anything else. So I got richer during this period. So there's no question that Fed policies can affect quality. The problem is that if you want the Fed to deal with income inequality, it can't do its job on the things that it really can control, which is inflation and also stabilize the business cycle. So in that sense, the Fed has the wrong tool to deal with it. The Fed basically has to stick to what it can do. And I think this is true for other central banks as well. I think that the Reserve Bank of India should not focus on income inequality, even though it's a big issue. It should not focus on climate change.
The argument is that low interest rates. The argument
I'm sorry.
is low interest rates. The argument is low interest rates.
I'm sorry, I can't hear your word. It's just you go in and out. So and also, unfortunately, I'm at home and there's a noise behind me because there's people with leaf blowers that just thought, okay, they can stop.
Right.
Hopefully they'll stop.
So I think it's photo time now.
Okay.
Everybody just put on your videos. All participants, they're going to take a photograph. Yeah, I think the organizers have done it. So it was a wonderful session, Professor Mishkin. I don't know if you can hear me saying thanks now. Maybe somebody else should say. Okay, so thank you. Good night. Can others hear me?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you very much. I enjoyed it.
Thank you.
Cheers.
All of us enjoyed it very much also. Messages are full of praise. Huh? Thank you. Bye. Chitra, how are you? Jyoti, can you hear me?